Outlast offers you something else. An education in true savagery.
World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. Do you think its name is taken? I actually got it. World of Warcraft.
The dead should remember their place.
Sunflower.
Blue boar. You're a blue boy. Do 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 do. On the floor, what you doing, ready for more? You'll never be anything more than a motherfucking stupid ass grubby boy. When you get down on that fucking floor, that's when you realize that you were dealing with a motherfucking stupid ass motherfucking goddamn grubby boy. You understand?
See another door.
You could be on the floor. Now look in the mirror. Oh, you're blue boar.
Farewell.
Think about this, Zaki. A massive nose is a giant nose. Zaki,
Surrounded by living
give me the gem info.
dying Oriathans.
Blue boar. Come on, man. Give me the scoop. Give me the scoop. Quantric. I have to watch Rutu's stream at 3% volume. Everybody else's I watch at like 100%. But Rutu's gets at 3%. Zaki, turn on exerts on Crushing Fist. Make sure it can get exerted. Like, fix that ASAP. Or permaban everybody at GGG. Bart, throw up a quick 2-siding confirmation of your 2-ness. You're wasting time, just confirm. Bart, confirm. Bart, confirm. Bart, I'm getting stun lock, help. What do I do?
Sunflower.
Sunflowers.
So Bart, did you confirm or not? The 2-ness. Klujex, thanks dude for the resub. Where's that fucking ground slam gas go, dude? What the fuck is this? Big nose help ASAP gauntlet. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Marauder leveling, it's not that bad. You lose like 2 or 3 minutes playing Marauder, and then you just get it back when you play Sunder for the other 9 acts. It's like way better in general than people think. It's way better than people think. I would consider playing Crushing Fist if it was exertable, but it's not exertable, so I don't think it's that good. It's playable though, for sure. It's definitely playable, but I don't think it's good. Good enough. It needs to be exertable. You can't bleed build it, and you can't exert it, so there's no like legit build for it, basically. But you can play it if you want to. It'll do damage.
What little help?
But basically what I just said is the dealio. Can't exert it. Can't bleed it. Can't do what you want to do with it. You have now been greeted, Blue Boar, officially. Eviscerate on bleed build? I don't know. You'd have to compare the number versus... I don't think it's that good. You'd have to compare the number to Lacerate of hemorrhaging for bleed of that archetype, probably. And Lacerate might still do more damage, and there's no conditional also, so... You are Blue Boar. Basically, Earthshatter Master Race. That's what it comes down to. I already know. Plus, Overexert has higher numbers than what I was guessing, so... The character did I log into? Nobody fucking knows. It's a fucking mystery. How am I level 3, dude? I didn't kill shit. There he is. It's Blue Boar. Hey, Blue Boar. Hey, Blue Boar. Let me tell you something. And that is, you could just be Blue Boar. You could just be Blue Boar. Now, the AoE on Crushing Fist is pretty mid. It's not even good territory. It's just mid. You could just be Blue Boar. I hope I get frozen here so I die. You could just be Blue Boar. Why does this lay out some fucking clown ass shit? Fuck, I'm dead. I'm frozen, I'm dead. Yes, under leveling is probably best still, by a lot. I mean, it's just free leveling, that's all. Alright, if there's a rare on the other side, he cock blocks me, I'm dead. Korgos is an evil fucking dog. He will bite what he doesn't like. That is you. Oh, there's nothing you can fucking do when Korgo sinks his fangs into you. Bada bada booda do 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 do. I might die right here. Help me, big nose gauntlet now. You know what I mean, Blobos? Hooah! What gem do we take instead of totem at the start? Just fuck gem. How about that? Don't use a gem. No totem. No gem. Better be a content. Oh, I got double. Holy doctors. Time to die. Should I activate both at once? I don't even have I might die here. I don't even have a, like a medium life flask. Alright, we're probably dead. It's fine. My guess is I'm gonna run out of flasks. Or just get one shot by a ground slam. I'm actually... Hey, I predicted this. You can't fight two essences at once at level 1. Or whatever level my character is. It is time for... Okay, apparently you can. It is time for the Peepo Flute. Peepo Flute when you sit on your toilet and take a massive poop. Peepo Flute, massive poop. Watch out for a dirty brown soup. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Watch out for a dirty brown soup. Peepo Flute.
God hasn't abandoned.
Oh yeah, blah 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 blah. Hua! Blue Boar is on the floor. He's shaking his ass in a circular motion. You better watch out. It's a motherfucking stupid ass, motherfucking goddamn stupid ass fucking Blue Boar. He is on the floor. We know he's a stupid ass boar. Hey, Blue Boar. You're a stupid fucking boar. Blue Boar is on the floor. What the fuck is he doing? Ready for more? Oh, hell yeah. Medium mana flask. Don't even have a medium life flask. Log in, don't care. You know, genuinely, the closest thing to PoE2 gameplay is in this game is probably leveling an Act 1 on a Marauder without a mobility skill. That's the closest thing to PoE2. Except that's gameplay at, like, level, like, you know, not level 1. That's all the time. Blue Boar on the fucking floor. Hey, you are just a stupid fucking boar. You are blue. Drop your banner to gain a massive buff. I think all the decent melee builds are going to surprise a lot of people because they're all going to be like 10 button builds, like all the good melee builds, I think. I will make you flaccid so fucking fast, dude. I don't know what to tell you. You're ready for your 10 button melee builds. If you don't press those, every single button that you like try to skip out on, that's like 15%, 10% damage loss. You only want to press 5 instead of 10 buttons? Well, I guess you're doing 50% damage. Alright, well. Enjoy. When I looked at how you probably played, how you were probably gonna have to play Crushing Fist, it was like, you would probably genuinely, if you could, just stand there and manually you would manually cast with Urgent Orders 6 War Cries. Obviously, apparently you can't exert Crushing Fist, so it's kind of meh, but you would manually cast 6 War Cries, and then you would, phase run, and then you would Crushing Fist, and you have to press all those buttons in proper order. But instead, it's just kind of a meh-ish skill. But there's no reason to play Crushing Fist, I don't think. The number's like kind of good, and you can play it if you want to, but it has no bleed synergy, and it has no exert. So, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Because I would have considered playing it if it was only like maybe like 20% less ailment, but I was expecting 30%. But, you know, minus 60% ailment damage means you can't bleed with it. That's fucking shit. And then, give me a fucking weapon. What? You fucking stupid ass mob. And you can't exert the attack, so it's kind of meh. I don't think it's that good. But if you really want to play it, you can. Molten Strike Jug. I think it's probably, genuinely, if you really want to go that route, probably one of the best skills to play. That's assuming that the return proj can be acquired on a two-handed weapon. I would never League start that, I'll tell you that. I would never League start that kind of build. I don't think I would play that until you have strength gear, like replica Alberons. I don't think I would ever play that.
About to meet its matchbook. Give the...
I don't know how good Eviscerate is. Has anybody done the numbers? I'm sure someone did. Eviscerate versus Lacerate. Because doesn't Lacerate have, like... I don't know. 1,000 damage effectiveness with bleeding? Roughly, somewhere around there. Like, it can't be that big of a difference. I don't think it's that big of a difference between the two skills. Yeah, it's pretty close. It's closer than people think, that's all. It's not like this skill's gonna be just blatantly a million times better for bleeding than Lacerate. Well, Lacerate has like a 200, like a 3 times damage multiplier, doesn't it, or something, on bleeding? Some garbage like that. But I mean, I wasn't even considering playing Lacerate. The numbers aren't good enough to me. Bungerman. Puncture's not a skill in the game. Pretend like it doesn't exist. Everybody knows this. Dormalorv, thanks dude for the resub.
Bulk party, guitar.
It's called... Dude, how am I like a full level lower on this character? This is bullshit. I'm restarting. I want to be a full level lower than what I normally probably would be. Let's go again. How is that name? What? That's not one of my characters.
Yes.
I'm not impressed enough by the, I didn't run the numbers on, like, the shield one and stuff, but, like, I wasn't impressed enough by the retail skills to consider playing them. I already wrote it off. Once I read that you can't exert Crushing Fist and that Crushing Fist has a 60% penalty to bleeding, I wrote it off immediately and never looked back. You have to remember, like, Earthshatter is like 1200 damage effectiveness. Like, Earthshatter's probably just straight without any conditionals. Like, if you could spam, all right, here's the thing: if you could spam Crushing Fist on with no cooldown, if you could spam Crushing Fist with no conditional, no block conditional, and no cooldown, and just literally spam it, Earthshatter still does more DPS. Because you cannot use exerts on it. You can Fist of War it, that's it, but you can't exert it and you can't bleed with it, so it's like double bad. There's like two avenues. There's two avenues that would make Crushing Fist good, and both are purposefully turned off. You can play it though. It'll be decent if you really want to play it, just because, you know, it'll probably be fun, different thing to play, but I don't think it's particularly that good.
Farewell.
I don't have any things, huh? That sucks. Whatever.
I am surrounded by living corpses, dying Oriathans.
He's an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't. Like, that's you. That's you. You wrote, like, dude, like, I'm not reading a fucking thing typed in chat that's more than like 5 or 6 words, dude. Like, whatever that giant paragraph is, there's literally a 0% chance I would ever read that. There's, like, people don't read that stuff in chat. Like, you gotta get your point across real fucking fast. World of Warcraft has begun once again. Stop typing. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba doo 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 doo. We got literally the minimum damage you can have at this point in the game. It's fine. Multi-strike ground slam. You don't multi-strike any slam skill ever. Like, it doesn't have to be ground slam. Any slam skill. You never multi-strike it. Noob pobs don't have ailment immunity? What are noob pobs? You mean my pobs? What do you need ailment immunity for? You think you're gonna die? Juggernaut is immune to stun, freeze, chill, and ignite is not a element in the game, so the only thing that Juggernaut doesn't have fully completely covered is shock. Level 3 again. Garbage. Do 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 do. I mean, sometimes in my head I think about League starting Earthshatter as a Berserker instead of a Jug. But like, then I think about it and I'm like, what, I want survivability from like 9 leagues ago? I don't know if I want survivability numbers from 9 leagues ago. I mean, you could play with 9 leagues ago survivability, but I don't think I particularly want to do that. But you could. You would do 20 million DPS on like day 2, like truly. But I don't know if I want to do that. Do 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 do. Doing dual strike Slayer with new sword storm. Why waste the socket? You don't have the sockets for that, and it makes no sense to use. You don't play retaliation skills on a Slayer. That makes no. There's no, like, that doesn't make sense.
What little help
I mean, I guess you can if you want to try, but your character's just like your button's just not going to be active, and then you're going to be what, putting 6 points on the skill tree to enable.
We are blessed.
You're going to be putting points on the skill tree to enable blocking. That like makes no sense. It's just bad. What was I doing? I got distracted.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the dead?
Why use totems on practice run? What do you mean? That makes no sense. Oh, I'm in regular standard, my bad.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the dead?
Yeah, I don't like retail. I don't think it's good enough. You can play it though. You'll have fun and it'll be a different gameplay style. I highly recommend you keep your expectations correct though. Like your build doesn't really function if you play retail and that's like your main source of damage. Your build doesn't really function until you're in maps. Like you have to have high enough block chance and you have to have spell block at the same time, right? It's like, okay. Imagine retailing Uber Shaper. That's a pretty easy one to retail though. What do you mean? Uber Shaper has a ton of like trickle hits that come in at you from auto attacks and clones. It's not that bad. Your retail will almost always be up. You can get 65 block by level 30. Yeah, did you know that damage nodes on the tree are like 9% per point at like level 30? So when you do that, you basically are doing 30% of the damage you would do if you just put damage nodes on the tree instead of block nodes. That's how math works.
Sunflower.
Yeah, you can do that, but you have 0% damage increase.
See another door.
Typically just a straightforward way. It's like, I think Sunder into respec is almost always best. Sunder into respec will pretty much always be best, basically. One link ground send this time. Rage Storm? What is Rage Storm? Rage Vortex? Or is that a different skill? I don't fucking know what Rage Storm. Rage Vortex? I don't think Rage Vortex is that good. Only way Rage Vortex is that good? No, I'm not even gonna go into when Rage Vortex would be good. Just write it off. It's no, don't even think about it. Rage Vortex, bad. Don't play it. I wonder if auto eggs or over exert gets another 1% damage at level 21 corruption. The numbers are slightly higher than I would have guessed. I was thinking 17%. I think it's like 19 or something. 18? 18, 19. I was thinking it was going to be 17 at level 20. Don't snitch? I mean, I don't think it's crazy OP. The 10% should be multiplicative on the gym too, right? With itself? I think so, right? I have to look at the wording. Melee League, everyone going Lightning Strike? I don't know why you would go particularly Lightning Strike. It's not... It's definitely decent, but... Dude, what is this garbage? I'm just gonna get fucking chill spam. These guys have cold. Alright, we might die here, I'm just saying. Fucking row is with cold damage built in. Right, I haven't been able to move yet, soon. And I have a 1 link. Help. Quinn died of those and log out? I mean, Quinn's not quitting on that shit. Wait, I'm missing a thing. Where did I get out there? I got out there. Just paying attention. Over in Chieftain, or like no flicker strike. That skill needs deleted from the game. I use protector while leveling practice so that my character does damage. Like, why would I level with like 50% less damage when I'm gonna have 50% more, you know? Basically, like, why would I get myself? That makes no sense. If anything, I'd be even stronger. Leveling Pob? Leveling Pob is you put Sunder on your character and then you cast Intimidating Cry. That's it. That's leveling Sunder. You Intimidating Cry and Sunder. That's the whole. That's all you need to know, basically. Adrenaline abuse? What, dropping the war banner?
So strong!
Oh, I'm dropping war banner. I don't give a fuck. A leveling Pob? Yeah, I just told you. You get Intimidating Cry, and then you Sunder. Is it crazy to play melee and only use Enduring Cry? It depends on your build. Diarrhea in my mouth, diarrhea in my mouth, how did it get there? Diarrhea is inside my mouth, help me, there is nothing that I can do, the poop enters my mouth, what am I going to motherfucking do? Oh, I forgot to buy gems. Oh, I'm talking too much, it distracts me, I'm gone again.
Do you think you're savage?
Turdtastic. Eviscerate is a conditional. And it can only be... Basically, Eviscerate can only be used on Gladiator. In a like an actual gameplay setting. It won't have good uptime? It'll be fine uptime. If you cap block and spell block. Are you going to auto-exert any cries? Probably a couple, yeah. Like 2 to 3, probably. Depending. Mana reservation, like shit.
See another door.
Bump, 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 bada, bump. Why am I restarting my character? Because you guys start talking to me and then I start responding and then it distracts me. Then I forget where my headspace was. I swear.
Stay sharp.
It's mostly when you guys say something that's really like kind of weird or dumb, and then I'm like, what are you even fucking on about? What is this guy even fucking on about?
Surrounded by living corpses.
Like I'm so fucking perplexed how you could like think that or say that, and then I get distracted because I'm like trying to make logical sense, but there is no logic. So I get bricked, you know what I mean? A marauder is a marauder. True. Time to burb. I don't know if Glad is good enough to play. Die. I think Gladiator could maybe be pretty good in something like a Gauntlet or something, where the game is actually really hard. But you have to have a build for it. I don't know if there's a build for it. Like, it has some interesting things on it. Like, War of Attrition is like giga strong. And getting 100% more damage from one Ascendancy thing is like OP as fuck, but I don't know if it has an actual place. If there's like you have to have a build that actually is like worthwhile to play for it. I don't know if that exists. But for like base game, I don't really see it that much. Yeah, I don't like Crushing Fists because it's not made for anything. I don't like it enough. It's cool, you can build around it, it'd be kind of fun to play, but I don't think it's good enough. La da 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 da. You're a massive nose man. My perspective is more like every build gets like enough damage pretty fast. And by enough damage, I mean like effortless 5 million plus by the time you're like early 90s. Like every build should be about this, I think. Otherwise, like I wouldn't consider playing it. But it seems like most builds get pretty good damage no matter what. So, if every build does enough damage, the only thing that matters is survivability. Swordstorm, nobody knows how many times it hits, right? I don't think it says. Nobody really knows. Does it do more damage with AoE? That kind of stuff, right? Who knows? Maybe it's sick. I don't fucking know, dude. It's a legit build archetype to fully invest into, it's definitely a legit build archetype to just fully invest into, like, focusing on a specific retail build. I just don't know how good it roughly will be. I think it'll be playable and fine. But, you know, you kind of have to be a gladiator, I think, no matter what. I don't think there's much skipping it.
Hello.
Like, trying to get around that. You're a massive nose, man.
Be well.
You're a big nose.
I cannot do this yet.
250 damage effectiveness, but hits with both weapons and hits 8 times. How do you know this? Did they confirm it? Did you test it? Like, where does this number come from? Or is it completely made up and pulled out of your ass? What happens if, like, how does it scale with and interact with AoE? How does it scale with, like, the mob's hitbox size? What if it's shape or hitbox? Like, what are you talking? Is it 100% chance that it's gonna hit with all fucking 8? Or is that just, like, the max, like, amount of things it's gonna hit? Like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, we know exactly how fucking powerful, what the fuck is it called? Crushing Fist is gonna be. But some of the other ones, Divine, whatever the fuck, and Sword Storm, and I don't fucking know. It's like, kind of hard to tell. Cyclone's probably legit still like the worst melee skill in the entire game. It's gonna be sad for people who think, like, you know, they don't pay that much attention to, like, PoE or whatever, and then they log in, they play Cyclone. Because it's like their favorite skill, and then it's like super fucking dog shit still. Wrong lane, that's fine. This looks fine. Impaler, Cyclone, Slayer. You could Impaler Crushing Fist, but I don't think it's that special. Also, it's like kind of I feel like it's pretty. I don't even know if that's like a genuine angle ever. It's like kind of hard to get Impale. They made Impale less convenient on the tree, and new support gems like push Impale out because Impale's typically 6 support gem. Like Impale's fine, but every single build I popped, there wasn't room for Impale. There wasn't room to put points on the tree for Impale. There wasn't room to put Impale gem on like, it's kind of weird. Like, Impale really hasn't changed, but Impale got pushed out, I feel like, of every build. Like, Impale's not really a thing. Not that it's been nerfed or that it's bad or anything, it's just like, there's, like, just not room for it on builds. Earthquake? No, it's kind of mid. You can play it if you want to, but it's not special. I think War Cries and Slams are the most interesting. Or retail skills and Slams are the most interesting, because they have like dynamic new things built into them. You got the support gems, you got rage changes, you got Gladiator rework. But a lot of that doesn't affect some builds, right? Like, I don't know, be a good example. Like, I don't know, fucking Lightning Strike or Viper Strike of Mamba, right? Something like that. Going Scion for bleed? There's no reason to go Scion at all. Agreed. Your big nose. This boss will be a lot harder actually without a totem like taking some aggro.
Hello. Yes?
Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-do-do-do-do-do.
Farewell.
Yes?
Do-do-do-do-do.
Goodbye.
Use a decoy totem? You could. Genuinely, you could. I don't think it's actually not even a bad idea. Review the new gems? There's not really anything to review. I'm sure you guys have already clicked other people's stuff. There's not much to say. Crushing Fist, can't bleed with it, and can't exert it, it looks like, judging off of the FAQ. So it's kinda mid, I think. You can play it if you really want to. You'll probably have fun playing it. I don't think it's like strong. I think it's just decent. Strong relative to other stuff. It's strong, like if that exactly list was existing in last league, Crushing Fist, with that power level, like it would be pretty good for last league, but I don't think it, like, there's a lot of power creep here in the early game. Yeah, Crushing Fist is playable. I think it's fine. I think a lot of those retail skills, that archetype is probably fun and playable, and it'll be fun to do something different, but I don't think it's like good territory. It's probably decent territory, I would say. Desantos. Retail on a 4-link skill? Your 6-link skill would do more damage. What do you mean? I don't get it. You don't have socket links either. If this was Path of Exile 2, every single melee build in the entire game would probably, like, that has any amount of block would have a retail skill. If this was Path of Exile 2, every single build that has block would have a retail skill. But it's not Path of Exile 2. You don't have infinite links, so. Dude, I got fucking stunned. This game's dog shit. Fuck you. Make me put on this chest. Dual strike? Yeah, it's pretty good. Dual strike is probably just like blatantly top tier melee. X-Log, thanks, dude. Earthshatter gameplay bad? No, I don't think it is. I think a lot of people think it is, and they don't like it because they have to like kind of like press buttons and stuff. But
Slave is not even worthy of death.
I mean, I'm probably respecking Earthshatter at like level 68 or so. Playing Earthshatter at like level 68, maybe even sooner than that. I don't know.
Sunflower.
Sunder or please.
I saw a clip of Quinn69. Was he in that clip? Was he fighting Dweller of the Deep with a one-handed axe and a shield using cleave, or was I like imagining that? That's what it looked like in the clip. He was using one-handed cleave with a one-handed axe and then a shield equipped. I don't understand. Corgos. Dead. Quinn will find a way to make Crushing Fist still be ZDPS. Quinn will achieve it. He won't let me down, right? Do 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 do. I don't think you can Eternal Blessing, right? I don't think you can Eternal Blessing like that, what you're typing. You cannot Spell Slinger with Eternal Blessing, right? So you shouldn't be able to auto Warcry. What you're typing, I don't think you can do that. I don't think that works. That would be OP if it does, though. That would genuinely be OP if it does work. I don't think it works, though. Yeah, you can Eternal Blessing Pride, but you can't auto exert with it with all your like mana left over. I don't think that works. You can't reserve anything. Do 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 do. I think I run away like 9 fucking screens away. Fucking dog shit design. You can blood magic with like petrified blood. That works. I'm not sure, like, I think mana's solvable, pretty cleanly solvable as slams, but for like faster attacking abilities, I don't think it's like easily solvable. It's kind of
To meet its match.
not on point, I would say, how they have it set up. I don't think most of it is on point. I think mana's going to be really annoying for people. They're going to complain about it, and I get it. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. We're actually gonna run out of mana here. Or maybe not. You are blue port. Crafting less cost rings. That doesn't solve your mana on any attack build. Your attacks are going to be costing 60 to 70 mana on a lot of attack builds. And when you have like a zillion attack speed, yeah, that doesn't, you know what I mean? That doesn't do shit. You're going to be like, you're going to need like the equivalent of like 150 mana per second region on a lot of builds. I don't know. It just seems weird how they have the numbers, like in a bad way. It's like too much mana cost, I think. Dude, what is this garbage? There's no weapon base here. I'm logging off, dude. Fuck this. I'm going again.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the...
Mana cost is such a shit mechanic to deal with. I don't know if it's shit mechanic. It's the annoyance of like the cost that you get character power by fine-tuning your character's mana reservation relative to like your mana sustain. That's core and classic Path of Exile from the beginning of the game. It's always been this way, but like I think it's I want to say it's like taking a step back this league. It's kind of like going in a weird direction. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. I think the direction is good. More emphasis on gear. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm gonna die to Hillock. Look at this. Think he'll beat me? I'm out. I'm completely out of mana. Watch this. Who do you think's gonna win? Did he kill me yet? Yeah, if the build fits Petrified Blood and Blood Magic perfectly, that's perfectly fine, but that's not a lot of builds. Like, all slam builds want to do, like, some amount of, like, auto-exerting, right? Like, all slam builds want to do some amount of, like, auto-exerting shit. I mean, nobody actually wants to cast, like, 5-6 War Cries manually. I guess Chieftain for the buffs, but, like, I had 2 turd guys here. Like,
do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the dead?
I don't know how many builds that really fits. It's very few where you want to run Petrified Blood on your build anyway. Banner? I don't know, man. Banner is weird. It might be worth it to take like one banner wheel, but it's in a bad spot for slam builds. But I think for most builds it's really bad, because if you auto Warcry with banners, you have infinite Valor, basically, generation. Which should be pretty fucking good, honestly. I think it's coming down to a perspective of, like, there's too much shit to click that's desirable and you can't have it all, so, like, you better choose wisely, I guess. Like there's too much shit that's good, and you can't have it all, so you gotta pick and choose, and I think Valor Banner Generation is probably one of those that you just skip out on. Probably. Korgos is a baby, Korgos is a baby, baby is a Korgos. Well, you want some Rage Generation somewhere from something. Depends on what your build you're playing. I don't think Rage scales bleed, right? I think it's hits only, right? So like that kind of build doesn't need that shit, but most builds do. I don't know about that actually. I don't need it. Whatever, it's fine. I don't plan on playing any bleed nonsense.
I am surrounded by living corpses, dying or
We'll see how it plays out. I feel like there's a lot of potential bait, like uncertainty builds. Like I've seen a lot of people's pobs and their configurations. Like, all right, I would say my pobs are like 80% configured pretty decently. Like I'm pretty fair. Like 80%, maybe there's a little bit of like, I'm not 100% sure on this, but like some of the other pobs I've been clicking, they're like, I would genuinely like go like 40% configuration, like effective. Like they're kind of like not realistic. Like I'm super critical in my shit. But like some people got some fucking cooked ass pobs. They're like super, like they're just like, they're not realistic basically. So I don't know to like what extent this gets into, but I was surprised clicking on a couple pobs. How like inaccurate they're probably gonna be. I'd have to remember. I know there was a Molten Strike of Zenith pub I was looking at yesterday off stream, and it was like... the guy had full rage. Like, he had it full rage simmed, and he had 0 rage generation on his character. Like, first off, it'll take... even at 1 rage per second, it still takes 30... like what, 15 seconds or whatever it is? But he had, like, full rage configured, and he has 0 rage generation. But, like, where are you getting this rage from? And even if you have that rage, right? It's like, this is a Zenith build. Like, where do you... like, you're not ramping rage instantly. It's gonna take you 5 years. You know what I mean? It's that kind of stuff. It's just, like, that's not just realistic on any level. Like, you have to have, like, a... like, if you're gonna put rage in your config, you better make sure it's right. No, he had nothing. He had absolutely nothing. Because I looked at the skill. The skill genuinely looks really good. The Molten Strike of Zenith is super skewed in favor this league versus other attack skills because one point blank, or not point blank, but returning proj is probably an enchant on the two-handed weapon for melee. But also it's builds that only used protector get a indirect buff more so than... well, they get less of a nerf than other builds, basically. So this is Lightning Strike and Zenith get more of a buff than other skills relative, or less of a nerf. Because builds that use War Chief and Protector, because both are gone now, take like about a 50% damage hit. You lost about 50% of your damage. But like Zenith and... Lightning Strike are definitely 2 perfect examples of this just being like a relative, like it's more of a buff for them than other builds. Yeah, because proj scales better in general. No, that's not the part. No, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, I already said it. It's like, if they remove 2 totems from the game and they give nothing back, then those builds are nerfed. But if a build only lost 1 totem, they got less of a nerf than other builds. Right? It's like I don't. It's not because proj scales better. It has to do with totems getting removed from the game. They nerfed Double Strike of Impaling. Was it actually even good numbers? I didn't even consider playing it, honestly, at all. I didn't even consider playing that skill at all. Like Dual Strike Master Race. If you want to go down that avenue, Dual Strike Master Race. Dual fucking strike.
Stay sharp out there.
Karakura, thanks dude for the resub. Also, tinctures. Nobody talks about tinctures. Like, that shit should be pretty... I don't know. Like, if you look at some of the previews of some of those tinctures, they're pretty fucking nuts, right? It's more active gameplay. It's another button to, like, genuinely micromanage. And then with all this, like, hey, no build has mana type shit, are most builds just going to completely skip out of tinctures? Are you going to spec into the tincture node? Like, what is this? I don't fucking know what, like, it's supposed to be or what it's supposed to do. Like, what their intended thing here. But it's a very active playstyle. It's another button added to every single build. But the numbers on the tinctures are pretty insane what they do, right? So I don't know what the fuck's up with that. Like, I think they're probably going to be about, like, what? Like, if this were last league, like, most builds would have, like, what? A 5-second uptime on tinctures or something like that? Like what is the uptime on that kind of shit gonna look like in this league? And is it worth building around on any level? Like, I don't fucking know. It's weird. 100% for Warden, probably. What? Don't they like just make you drain more mana infinitely until they turn off, right? Isn't that how they work? Like, there's no... I assume there's no cap on mana burn, is there? Maybe there is, I don't fucking know. Is it 12 max? There's a passive for 12 max, so you could, theoretically, if you have enough, like, mana sustain or whatever. There's only tincture passives on the far right side of the tree, right? By, like... I don't fucking know what that node's called. Acrobatics or whatever, phase acro. Bump 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 dump bump 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 bum. You are big nose. Earthshatter Berserker? It should do absurd levels of damage. I haven't really popped the full numbers. Like, I'm playing Earthshatter Juggernaut probably, and like, that's... You genuinely get 0 DPS out of being Juggernaut. It's just all defense ascendancy. Whereas Berserker is the exact opposite, but I don't know about the, like, survivability and, like, sustain issues of playing a Berserker. But I feel like that build should probably be, like, 15 million plus DPS day 2. And it kind of makes me want to play Berserker, because, like, 15 million DPS day 2, like, when you wake up the second day, that sounds retarded. Like, I don't know if you know what 15 million DPS day 2 looks like, but... that's enough DPS to do everything in the game, like, 3 times over. Do 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 do. It's probably the highest, like if we're like 12 hours to like 24 hours into the league, I don't know if any build does more DPS than Earthshatter Berserker in the entire game. I don't know if there's a single build that genuinely will do more DPS than that. That DPS should look retarded at like 15 hours in, 20 hours in. Like, I don't know if we've ever seen a build with that much DPS ever, that early into a league. Like, it should look really, really dumb. Earthshatter Slayer main? I don't think there's any reason to play Slayer with that at all.
What little help be well. Yes?
I didn't buy gems earlier or something. Yeah, I must have missed Blood and Sand.
Goodbye.
100 million day 2. Ascending Slayer without Ralakesh in your stash, you should delete your account. I just genuinely don't consider playing Slayer for any reason at all. Like, I played Slayer last league, it was fine, but I don't feel like there's a reason to actually play Slayer. It's like you're kind of like going in between two things. If you want to play DPS, you play Berserker, and if you want to play survivability, you play Juggernaut. And like, oh, I did have the Blood and Sand already. I thought I did. And then it's like Slayer's like somewhere in between, kind of, sorta. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. The only thing I don't like about Berserker, the main thing I don't like about Berserker is I do not like Uber Lab Ascendancy. I don't feel like it does shit on the builds that I want to play. I wish they would rework Aspect of Carnage. Or give us something else on Berserker. Bloaty, thanks dude for the resub.
Sunflower.
Let people test shit. We roughly know what's going to be good. I'll be curious to see how good slams are. Specifically Earthshatter. I don't think I would play slams if Earthshatter didn't exist. I would say that, at least. I would just do I would definitely just straight go dual strike pivot. Which I might do anyway. It's like, what looks good initially is Earthshatter. Dual strike. Zenith. Lightning Strike, probably a little bit under those three, I would say. I think that would be my order of what looks good to me. And then, who knows what the fuck else past that. But I'd say Earthshatter, Dual Strike, Zenith, all look really good. And then Lightning Strike, something like that. Ground Slam doesn't really do that much DPS. It's a good mapping clear, but you still have to press a lot of buttons to play it, and I don't think it's like the single target's kind of bad, isn't it? Like truly, the single target will be kind of like whatever. Like I've seen Ground Slam pobs of like decent gear, and it's like 5 million DPS. 5 million DPS. That's it. Is that even like that good? I feel like to me 5 million DPS with like around like a mid-level 90 character, that's kind of bad these days. But it's still not like a cozy playstyle for like what a lot of people I think like with melee, right? You still have to press a lot of buttons appropriately and stuff. I don't know.
Do you think you're savage?
Bleed Chieftain? I don't know enough about Bleed to consider playing Bleed. I looked at a decent amount of pobs and I made a couple of pobs myself, but like the damage range variance? Like I don't know how much of an issue the damage range variance of playing a Bleed build is on a slam build. $1 to 150 million? Well, it's like, What if you get 3 low rolled bleeds in a row on a target on a slam build? That's like 10 seconds lost, right? Right? Is that pretty fair and accurate? I really genuinely don't know. Like, if you're playing a bleed slam build, and you get 3 low-end rolled hits in a row, like less than 50 percentile, you know, like 30 percentile hits or whatever, like, isn't your damage going to be, like, really bad? Like, you're effectively, like, 0 DPS until you actually get, like, a solid bleed hit. And then you also have to aggravate it, right? So it's like, I don't know if I want to deal with any of that. Yeah, like, it's too much layering. And there's piloting, error that you can do, too, with Fist of War. I don't know. It's just not something I would want to play, I don't think.
While we live, we have left. Yes? Goodbye.
Fine work.
What the hell? Gym info help thing. Were these all taken? No, I don't have a thing yet. That's fine. Yeah, Overexert looks pretty good. Leap Slam for mapping? I mean, I guess. Sounds kind of dumb, though. Impale? Impale's kind of bad, I think. I would like to see a pop where it's genuinely logical to take Impale. Like, it's a good build that is actually investing in Impale. I don't feel like Impale has much of a place this league. It's like too low. It was already the lowest prio gym for most melee builds last league. For many leagues in a row now, actually, like years. And with things like Overexert coming in and like other things, I think it just got pushed further down to where I don't think Impale's a thing, really. Yeah, glove prefix for Impale Master Race. But that contradicts with fighting against suppression cap. And a lot of builds need that suppression eater implicit on the glove. Capping suppression is really hard. I'm skipping capping suppression till Ubers, probably. Like, straight up, completely 100% skipping suppression until Ubers. I don't need to test anything, I'm just sticking around. PoE 2 will be easier to learn? Probably. Probably?
Stay sharp out there.
No need to get suppression with 90 res. That's not entirely true, I would say. I would rather go... Would I rather go suppression cap? Yeah, I would, I think. I think suppression cap is more important than 90 res. 90 res does fuck all against a lot of Uber abilities that would kill you, assuming we're talking Ubers specifically, right? Right? So it's like Shaper Balls, Annihilation, like max res does fuck all against that. Maven abilities, Fireball, Cascade of Pain, all hard pin. I think it's really good for mapping. Max res is really good for mapping.
Do you think you are savage enough to face?
Do you know who that is, Philandra Scarlet?
We offered you truth, yet still we clasped.
When is max res bad? It's about it's a mileage comparison. A lot of the degens. Endurance charges should make a night and day difference versus all degens in the entire game, minus poison, right? Like, I don't even know what that's gonna feel like. I feel like you're gonna get Shaper Beamed with like 8 endurance charges, and your life isn't even gonna like move. Like, you need like 500 life regen to hard counter like Shaper Beam or some shit like that. Like, endurance charges are absolutely the most broken thing in the entire game this coming league. There's nothing that's like, they're stupid. They're actually retarded design. They're way too good. Like, if they were to balance frenzy charges the same way endurance charges have been balanced, it'd be like frenzy charges would be like 5% more damage, 5% more attack speed, and like 5% like crit multi and crit chance or some fucking retarded shit. Like, that's how stupid it is. From like, you know, what they do. Like, I don't get it. They like overtune the fuck out of endurance charges. They overtune the fuck out of endurance charges. They are way too good. Wait, no, about that.
Farewell.
Just life tap? Yeah, mana's gonna be dumb. Kalandra's touch with an implicit ring? Yeah, I don't know. Getting endurance charge, synth rings, and HC is really, really hard. Usually only a couple pop. Maybe more people will be fishing for them, for sure, right? Philandra Scarlet, what do you think about this music right now? Do you think the core Ghost Dance guy's here in the shadows? I doubt it.
Sunflower.
I am Speed.
Core Ghost is a baby. I'm like half and half between YOLOing a Berserker on League Start, just to see what that experience is. Like, I don't really care if I die that much. Like, YOLOing a Berserker sounds kind of funny on Earthshatter. Or just playing Jug and being invincible and then kill Ubers on like day 2 or whatever. I think I would kill Ubers on a Juggernaut before I kill Ubers on a Berserker. I'd put it that way though. Like, yeah, I'll pop off really hard, really fast on a Berserker, but to beat Ubers on a Berserker, like, I think I'd still do it faster on a Juggernaut. Go block retail for viewers? That shit's gonna be kinda whatever, honestly, I think. As far as I'm aware, there's no, like, OP interactions with retail skills, because of what the numbers were. There was definitely potential, and if I saw one of the broken interactions, I would have much, much more considered playing it, but they cocked bleed on Crushing Fist, and you can't exert those attacks, so that idea is dead. And then Eviscerate, I don't think it's that much better than Lacerate. I'd have to actually look at the numbers, but like, yeah, it might be a little bit better bleed build than Lacerate if you want to go Lacerate bleed, but the numbers I saw in Lacerate bleed weren't particularly that impressive. They were fine, they just weren't like crazy good. I love Chill Roas. Also, Eviscerate has, like, Or not eviscerate, but lacerate has like no AoE, doesn't it? I think. If I remember right, like lacerate genuinely has, it's like a 0 AoE skill. It's like really, 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 really small, isn't it? Like in a pretty big, it gets pretty big. Nobody wants to put fucking AoE on their tree unless their skill's actually good. You're gonna run into an issue with lacerate to where it's like, yo, my DPS is kind of bad. But to have fun, I want to scale AoE. And then you're like in between two things. It's like, am I putting AoE on my tree? Or am I like putting damage on my tree? I feel like that happens like too often. People need Mana Flash this league on melee. Just Blood Magic left up. What is scare level 5? Stupid. I'm trying to play the game, you know what I mean?
Got a job. Farewell.
Yes? Take care. Yes? Be well.
Sunflower.
Melee blah.
Bum 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 ba-dum bum bada bada bum bada bada bum bada bada bum 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 bada bum bum. Berserker no suppression log in. I mean, semi-playable still. It's like Berserker no suppression can be played until Ubers, and then you like either die or better just like do enough damage to kill him like instantly. I wonder, like from level 1, like what's the comparison difference on like a level 3 ground slam this league versus next league? Like how much more damage would I be doing right now, I wonder? Like 20? 10? I have no idea. I haven't really like looked at the comparisons. It would cost more mana? Yeah, actually might also too at this point already. Like 20% more damage. We are way weaker in Act 1 next patch. Probably. Ledge deaths? This zone isn't nearly as bad as the climb. Climb's way worse. Do. Can I connect from this side? I actually don't know. Or is it like double dead end? It's double dead end. Automated slam? I don't know if there's much for a true automated slam build. If you had like a Pride Alls, you have enough mana to like pump down like 5 war cries. But I think you still always want to be able to manually cast 1 war cry on most builds. I actually don't know of a single build where you wouldn't want to do that. Maybe like ground slam or something, but I mean you still want Enduring Cry probably. I might ambidexterity late. Not early. I'm almost like 100% starting slams. My question is, do I want to YOLO Berserker at the start or play Jug at the start? Maybe I YOLO Berserker at the start and then respec Juggernaut when it's Uber's time or something like that. Actually, I could beat Ubers, I think, if I cap suppression with a Berserker pretty fast, I think. I still think I would be more comfortable doing Ubers early on a Berserker, or on a Juggernaut than a Berserker. Do, 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 do. I just really, like, I would almost guarantee start Berserker if, the 8th Uber Lab felt like it was worth. The last 2 points of Uber Lab felt like they were worth. I don't feel like they do anything on Berserker. Ukubob. Algalon. Blitz charges? You can't crit. There's only 2 options. Aspect of Carnage and whatever Defiance thing is called. Which... I don't know. I don't know if there's much of a way to ever make Defiance useful on a slam build. I feel like skill cap of Berserker is gonna be, like, playing that shit with, like, slams is so stupidly high. Like, it's... Like, it was already pretty difficult to play slams properly, and I feel like the skill cap is, like, 2 times higher now. Like, your proper, appropriate button pressing and, like, I don't know, man. It's kind of cooked, I think. Like, there's... It's like a 15... It might end up being like a 15 active button playstyle. Like not even exaggerating. It might end up being like really stupid. Like really, really stupid. So you have to make sure your initial Earth Shatter hits the actual target. Right, your initial hit. You have to probably press at least 2 cries manually. Curse. You don't have to phase run. If tinctures become a thing that you're playing on those builds, then tincture button.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Vengeful Cry, probably. That's another button. On the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck are you doing? Ready for more? Everybody knows it's a Gurali board. Rage Vortex? I think Rage Vortex is pretty bad. Rage Vortex would be a lot of the same stuff too, though. Rage Vortex might even be worse, right? If it's manual Rage Vortex, it's like, yo, you gotta wait, like, you gotta Vengeful Cry to get your fucking rage up. I don't know, it just sounds, I don't know. All of it sounds kind of cooked. On the floor, it is a Gurali boar. We're gonna have a lot less accuracy on a jug, aren't we? Because no war banner, huh? That's fun. Bum 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 ba da bum 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 bum. Oh, what, dang, am I on like a, oh, I'm on like, so, probably hiding a lot of shit. XD. War Banner will only give you buffs whenever it's placed on the ground now. Casters got fucked by Defiance Banner. You know what I thought of in my head when I was looking at the things was Flesh and Stone is a fucking caster aura. Because of damage mitigation. That was the first thing that jumped out of my head when I saw that gem. Oh, this is a caster aura now. He's a growly boar when he's down on my motherfucking floor. Everybody watch out, it's a motherfucking stupid ass motherfucking growly boar when he gets down on that fucking floor. Everybody knows it is the growly boar. La da 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 da. Do 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 do.
I cannot do this yet.
Do 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 do. Bum bada bum bada bum bada bum. Act 1 damage. I think it'll be a little bit worse actually. The accuracy part will be annoying too. I think maybe towards the end of Act 1 you'll be like stronger, but at the end of Act 1 you're already really strong. So, but like the early might be kind of gooby. Da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do.
Yes?
Do 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 do.
While we live,
Do 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 do. Where's my fucking move speed, fucker? Dun 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 dun.
take care.
Greetings.
Oh, greetings, blue boar on my floor. You're a blue boar. I think if you play Berserker, just accept that you're squishy. That's all. I mean, no matter what you play, if you just chunk up with a lot of endurance charges, it'll make a big difference. Endurance charge, master race. Glad or Warden, who's a bigger bait. I don't know what most people are planning on playing. For each time you Warcry, work with Alkaizerx? It should, yes. It currently does with Call to Arms, so I don't see why that would be any different. Right? I might go, like... Earthshatter-ish type shit, and then into some Dual Strike-ish type shit, and then I kind of want to look at Zenith stuff. That might be, like, my pivot, unless some other stuff comes out or looks good. But that might be, like, roughly my timeline. Earthshatter into Dual Strike territory. I might skip the Dual Strike part, we'll see though. And then maybe some Molten Strike after that. Something like that, I'm thinking. Why the fuck does he freeze you every time? I'm trying to play. Yeah.
Off-nose ATP dog.
Yeah, I don't plan on playing a single Slayer. I played one last league. It was fine. That build was cracked out though, because Dual Strike OP, but... And it's rare. Lightning Strike, I don't plan on playing it. I mean, it's pretty good. I agree that that's a good path to go, Lightning Strike, but I don't plan on playing any Lightning Strike myself. I might. And they have to see the enchants. The enchants matter a lot on build making stuff. Like, I'm still using like a level 10 axe help. I don't plan on playing. I don't want to, like, here's the thing. I don't mind pressing a lot of buttons. And I haven't looked too much into it, but I don't consider playing Chieftain because I don't want to manually feel like I'm so incentivized to manually cast 4, 5, 6 Warcries. That's why I don't want to play Chieftain. One of the main reasons. Like, if you play Chieftain, you are just accepting that, hey, I want to manually cast as many Warcries as I can, and the more Warcries I manually cast, the stronger my character is. And it's just like, I don't want to do that. Manually casting like 5, 6 Warcries is a thing that I personally am not down to do. I don't know how other people think about it. I wrote it off real fast. I'm like, I don't want to fucking, like, I don't care what you're giving me. Where I would consider, a build that I would consider manually casting a bunch of Warcries on would be Crushing Fist, but you can't exert Crushing Fist. But, you know, because like retail and you're waiting on your hit to get blocked or whatever and all that kind of stuff, it makes a little bit more sense to me there, but not the biggest fan, I guess.
Still alive.
Hoo-yah, hey-yah, hoo-yah. Hoo-yah, hoo-yah. Korgos is an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like, and that is clearly you. There's nothing you can do when Korgos sinks his fangs into you. Into you. Well, you have to understand, manually casting all those Warcries on a Chieftain, they all have cast times. It's not like they're instant. None of them will ever be instant. They'll be fast, with urgent orders, but they'll never be instant. They'll never, ever be instant. They'll always have a cast time. Always. Wait, why is Leap Slam? My links are kind of stupid. They're like backwards right now. Help. I don't have Leap Slam on my bars. Sunder, Intimidate. It was on my helmet then. Play Leap Slam as a build straight up? No, fuck that. Did I pick up that ring that I wanted to pick up? No, I didn't. Oh, too bad. It's okay. One roll is enough usually anyway. Use the banner for more melee damage? Yeah, that's another button you have to press. Is banner. Like, I don't know how to put it. I genuinely think proper, correct melee builds, most of them are playing like 8 buttons, minimum. And they need to be pressed appropriately. That's like most melee builds. And the game has kind of been this way for a while already. I don't know. I just don't think people really realize it, or they skip out on a couple buttons and they lose 20, 10, 20, 30% damage because they want to skip pressing buttons. But the game is this way. It has been for a while. More banner guts, some other weapons still. But I do think the Slam, Berserker, Earthshatter type builds, the ones that are way more like in that direction, they have, I think they borderline have probably too many buttons to press. That they get kind of crazy. Some of the Chieftain builds get too many buttons because they want to press all these war cries. It's kind of weird, I guess. Caused you wrist pain playing Earthshatter? Really? I feel like it, I don't know. I feel like that's an incorrect misconception and it's actually backwards. Does anybody else agree with me? Like, buttons that press a lot of different buttons are better than buttons that spam one single button. Like, what is a button that's like machine gun? You rapidly press a button over and over again, the same key over and over again. Like, what's a build like that? They exist. Like, when you have to alternate a bunch of different buttons, like, there's zero wrist pain, because you're not doing a repetitive exact thing over and over again. Whereas, like, is it Cock DD's one? Yeah, maybe Cock DD, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a build that I've played, because I've played builds that I'm like, this is really fucking obnoxious to press these buttons to play the build. I'm trying to think of what that is. I know I've played some that I just, like, didn't prefer playing, because the, that wrist strain. Doo-doo. Like, pressing a lot of different buttons is good. Pressing the same one button over and over again is bad on your, like, wrist and, that kind of stuff. Like, some auto-targeting build that machine guns out buttons, essentially, and you're just, like, trying to spam nonstop all the time. What's a skill like that? Bladefall, Blade Blast? Maybe something more along the lines of, like, a manually casting Blade Vortex build. I don't know. Would probably be more in that direction, I think. SRS. SRS probably could be one. Yeah, I could see that. Spark. Yeah, maybe Spark. Like, most melee builds I think are pretty good on the wrist, actually. What do I think of Eternal Apple? Zero, nothing at all whatsoever on any level. But yeah, there's stuff there for sure if you want to play like Chieftain. I've never played Toxic Rain. I like bow builds, but I haven't liked any of the like current, like recent, like bow meta type things that were like hardcore builds. Yeah, but a build that just holds like one button down all the time would be another one that's like really bad for your wrist. One that spams one same button over and over again, or one button that just gets held down all the time. Both of those are really bad for your wrist. Like I said, builds like Earthshatter or like slam builds where you're pianoing a lot are not that bad on your wrist. They shouldn't be. Here. Oh, it's the gym room XD. Invoke or in Dota? Nothing in Dota really costs a wrist issue. No matter what you're playing, doesn't matter. Dota is a lot of holding your buttons and knowing when to press them. Like, as soon as your button is off CD, you typically don't press it. There's like an opportunity when to press it appropriately. Like, as soon as your button's off cooldown, you're typically not using it. Sometimes you're holding a button longer than the entire cooldown of the skill, right? Because there's a time when to use it.
Cannot do this yet.
Bristleback? Yeah, Bristleback's probably a spammy one for sure. Bristleback is that spammy hero territory. That would be true. But in general, you're typically holding your buttons on most characters. I would never bone shatter pre-maps, ever. I don't know how many people have like played much bone shatter. Like, I genuinely don't think I would ever bone shatter pre-maps, ever. Ramping. My name is Groost, and I start to moost. I got no dicks. I got no dicks. Help me, I got no dicks. I got no dicks. What? I got no dicks. There won't be any bones. There won't be any zones. There won't be any bones. I don't know about Duelist. I would just pretty much always level Asunder, no matter what melee you're playing, unless it's Elemental melee that you're scaling. If you're playing Fizz, level to maps Asunder. Make it simple. As simple as that. Level the maps Asunder. I think I have one fucking mana flask still. Help. I think Bone Shatter of Carnage should still be pretty legit to play. Or not Carnage, whatever the other one's called. Complex Trauma. Complex Trauma's still fine. Do you think the core guy stance guy's here? He's not here. He's a core ghost, baby doll. I think everybody takes movement speed. There's only one person who's not taking movement speed while leveling through for bandits, and that's Quinn69. He will literally be the only person who doesn't take movement speed in the entire world. He'll be the only one guy who doesn't take movement speed. Captain Corn Dog, thanks dude for the captain, thanks dude for the corn dog.
Sunflower.
Hey Olk. I haven't played bow in forever. Any tips / recommendations? I want to play a melee build. Thanks a lot. Love watching your content.
Melee build. I think the generic safe thing is probably like ground slam of what's it called? Earth turning, but I don't know. I don't feel like that's too much micromanagement to play. I don't think its DPS is like particularly the best, but it's not bad DPS for sure, and I think people will find it satisfying to map with. That's probably the #1 thing. I think people would find it satisfying to map with. Name. Berserker League start on slams, you get double exert and a lot of DPS for rage stacking. I would be very much keen to play. I'm still on the fence to play Berserker League start if it had a good Uber lab. I don't like its Uber lab ascendancy. Hey, there's my mana flask. Taking 15 mana or 15 res because you're bad. If you're playing melee, there's two. It doesn't matter what melee you're playing. There's 2 nodes on the tree you can take for max for all res, and you should just do that instead. You have the Marauder 20 res or whatever it is, and then you have the like Duelist 16 res for 2 points. Like that should be fine. Just I'm on the. Just the mathematical equation of what aspect of Carnage does, it's effectively 10% more damage. Roughly. Somewhere around there. 10 to 15%. Like, it's just mathematically a terrible node. But there's nothing else to take. Yeah, you should click 8 movement speed. Bum bum ba da bum bum ba dum ba dum ba da bum bum ba da ba doo da ba dee doo. .2 attacks on a slammer? That's probably a little too fast, but it's fine. Not a big deal. And I'll tell you, your big nose. I just don't see any reason to play Slayer unless you have some access to like max frenzy charge scaling. With max frenzy charge scaling, it's pretty nice, I think, but without, not so much. Corgos. He is a baby dog. Corgos is an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like. That is clearly you, and there's nothing that you can do, Corgos. Evil dog of death. He'll bite Ayao on the throat. Now Ayao is dead in the moat. Ayao is dead. He suffered a horrible death. We all laugh cause he fucking died. You understand, Ayao? He is an evil dog. He just clearly doesn't like you. That is why he bites you. There's nothing you can do. Corn Ghost just doesn't like you. What do you level with on Dual Strike build? You play Sunder into Bone Shatter, and then when you have gear, you can switch. Gear, as in like level 95 plus gear, like I probably wouldn't play Dual Strike without the Paradoxica. That's all. I wouldn't play Dual Strike without the Paradoxica. It's just a lot more linear. Gearing on Bone Shatter is mind-blowingly basic and straightforward, and there's like no micromanagement. Like when you play Dual Strike, you're constantly fucking with 2 weapons all the time. Like fuck that shit. Like Bone Shatter, you just get some axe and you attack and you just turn off your brain and it's fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Karn having a meltdown trying to update Bone Shatter? I have no idea. I'm trying to set up my other PC before the League launch and like trying to do other stuff. People are asking a lot of stuff out of me and I don't want to do any of it honestly, but whatever. I'm kinda good just to play the League now at this point. Like if I get my PC set up in time, cool. If I don't, then too bad. But that's mostly what I was doing yesterday. A lot of that. PC specs? I don't know. I don't know anything about PC parts. I don't care. I don't care about PC specs. I don't know what any of it means. I'm just like, does it make my game run smooth and faster? Cool. Is there a way to automate all war cries? Yeah. It takes, depends on how many war cries you're running, but 15% per, which will be reduced by mana reservation percentage. And if that maths out to where you can still fit it and play your build, then yeah, you can automate them. Melee was top tier last league. Like, I'm just saying, I don't know if I'm Exiles here, but I kind of agree, and I'm biased, but I'm Exile. What was build of the league last year? I don't know if he's here. What was build of the league last league? Build of the league last league? What was it? I'm just saying. I agree. I mean, I'm biased because I made the build, but, you know. See, Dual Strike Jug. That shit was fucking cooked. I think Dual Strike Jug last league is still a little bit better than this league, though, which kind of sucks. But it's pretty close. It's pretty close. That shit was fucking... I don't think people realize how absurd the numbers were. It was 100 million DPS hardcore build. And the gear wasn't even that crazy. The gear was like replica Alberons, and that's like it. And then just rare items. That shit was nutso. It'll work again this league. I think it's better to go Pure Fizz, though, instead of Chaos. You could still do the same thing and just use a Crown of Eyes. If you want to be cooked and do that, you can do that. Maybe I'll look at the POB for it if people want it. Like, the DPS on that build should be like 70, 60 million probably, which is still really good. Dual Strike of Ambidexterity is so good you can literally play it on any Ascendancy and with any damage type, basically. As long as there's like some logic to what you're doing. The skill is genuinely that good. It's actually correct how fucking nuts that skill is. Who did I not kill? Did I not kill Caitlyn? I was paying attention. I think some of the slime stuff should be pretty sick. That's why I'm gonna play it. I'm not playing it because it's like the best. Like Earthshatter, for a league start, it's probably top 3 for like numbers. I don't know what does more DPS on paper than a Earthshatter Berserker. I don't even know what even comes remotely close to what the DPS of a Berserker Earthshatter is going to do on day like 1 and 2. I don't think anything. I don't even know if anything's half that DPS. Like it's that level of stupid damage. Yeah, I think complex Bone Shatter makes more sense now that like a lot of attack speed scaling has been gutted. Just play around the complex. Korgos has become an evil dog. Bum bum bada bum 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 bum. Yeah, Bone Shatter's fine. I would play it as complex now, though. I think it makes a lot more sense to play it as complex than regular Bone Shatter. Because the attack speed scaling is all gone. What is gamer subs? Auto exerting just for the Valor? I don't know why you would do that. I don't know what you're trying to do or solve or whatever. I don't know what that means. My next sponsor? I don't mind taking sponsors, but like stuff that's like really weird to me, like energy drinks, like I just really don't agree with that kind of stuff. That shit's fucking weird. Level 2 life flasks help. Energy drinks are just glorified soda? Yeah, kinda. Zhongrone Locust Mines? I don't know, dude. Zhongrone builds are usually like you gotta have like an understanding of like what the fuck, like your expectations have to be like correct. Should I join the Berserker Day 1 clan? I might. Berserker Day 1. Who's Berserkering Day 1? Quantric? Quantric! Ben? I might do it. What level am I? 21. Berserker Cleave of Rage? Don't do that, man. Come on. Wouldn't that be risky? I mean, who cares? What the fuck is that damage? What does that guy have? He's fucking chunking the fuck out of me. Bosses can't kill you if you one-shot them. It'll kind of be the case too, genuinely. Retaliation skills, they're kind of cool. I don't know if I don't like them enough to play them. Crushing Fist, not being good for bleed and not being good for, it can't exert, which both of those suck. Because that kills the 2 pivots to go with both of those skill with that skill. The 2 pivots that are good for it would be good for it, but they're dead on a rifle. Most builds are socket starved, so if you're playing retail, you're probably only playing retail. You don't really have links to play another skill with it at the same time. You're gonna be link starved as fuck. So if you're playing like, let's say you're playing like Gladiator, and you're playing main skill as Eviscerate or something, like you barely have any links already, and then you're trying to fit in links for like a filler skill too, I guess, or something like you know, Lacerate and Eviscerate or something. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it enough. Gladiator will be the most popular class. I think it'll be split-ish between Slayer, Gladiator, Berserker, Juggernaut around there. I think they'll all have some amount of representation. Warden, oh yeah, Warden also. Warden will be another one. Yeah. It'll be all the good-looking melee ascendancies, kind of divided. Did it. Did it. Did it. Did it. Do 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 do. Bleed hype a bait? I think it's okay. I don't know if it reaches good territory, but it's definitely okay. Now imagine finding this leveling if you're a caster, right? Korgos, he's an evil dog and he will bite what he doesn't like, and that's you. That's you. Korgos, he's an evil dog, he will bite what he doesn't like, and that's you. Korgos is an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like, that's you. Sweep? It's pretty bad. I wouldn't play it unless you really just want to play sweep and nothing else. I'll probably play trade. Overexertion? Yeah, the numbers are really good. Part of the reason I lean a little bit more towards Berserker. La da 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 doo doo. Oh, no TPs. Slayer for a bleed build? I don't know, I guess you can. Yeah, great point, never. You make a phenomenal point, never! Ugh, diarrhea. Sunder is just good for mapping, getting to maps. It's not that great as an actual build. Yeah, I think at this stage your build's probably stronger. By, I don't know by how much. Like, I would assume my Sunder Gem would be like 300% damage. Like, I think I'd be doing like 30% more damage at this point. the Axe Rage Mastery node for leveling, it's okay. Like at this stage, I don't know if I would take it over like Blood and Sand Mastery or something, where it's just like upfront damage 10% all the time or whatever, but... Disemboweling not worth late game. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's good for crit builds, but... I mean, it depends, right? I don't like Flicker. I don't consider it a skill in the game, so I'm not the person to ask for it. Do a Bone Shatter POB? I might do like a rough Earth Shatter one and a rough Dual Strike one. There's some on YouTube for both of those, but I don't know if I care much beyond that point right now. I'm not a person that makes builds for the community. I just make a build for myself. It's not fun to make builds for other people, right? Like, I could make a Crushing Fist Paw, but I'm not going to play it. I don't care about it that much. I already wrote it off. I know the numbers in my head, and I don't like it enough. That's all. I think it needs some help on that gym to make it worthwhile to be played. I'm gonna play Earthshatter probably, Berserker or Juggernaut, and if I don't like it enough, maybe I just stick strictly to Jug, or maybe I pivot to Low Life, Petrified Blood on a Dual Strike character, and then when I've ran that route, I'll probably start looking at some Zenith related stuff, considering all the other variables that come into play. Things like what the enchants are that haven't been data mined yet and stuff like that. And if anybody else finds out anything that looks really cool or something that I want to play. Bum 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 bum. Uber Eater for Nemus? You should be able to just do the thing that I said, like enchant it on the weapon. A lot of people don't realize that the enchants, like I think if you're not using Brutality on Earthshatter, for example, the Doomfletch enchant is like 30% more damage, just from an enchant. It's like an extra link on your build. I don't know how many people have like actually attempted to look at the numbers, but like. Probably, I think it's safe to assume that every build is going to do about 30% more damage if you can enchant your weapon. So if you're not using a unique weapon, you're probably going to get around 30% more damage on your build, minimum. Right? So builds that use rare weapons should be a lot better than builds that use rare weapon or unique weapons in general. That's not an absolute, but in general. Man, fuck this cocksucker shit, man. Fuck off. Like, it's fucking 4 red, and you just keep giving me fucking blue links, you dickhead, asshole, bitch. You know what I mean? Also, because of the damage effectiveness numbers, right? I have no idea what you're talking about.
General.
Yeah, this will be the one, for sure.
Can't do anything
Impel not worth it on Dual Strike build? Not in general, no. You can put Impel if you really want to, but in general it shouldn't be worth it. Dual Strike of Ambidexterity, if you're not getting around 7% damage at worst case per point, this is one of the reasons why Dual Strike of Ambidexterity is so absurd. If you're not getting like 7% more damage per point that you spend on the tree, it's probably bad to do that. It should be around 7%.
I cannot do
Unless it's a core thing that you need on the build. So like Frenzy Charge Generation or like Bastion Breaker, Fizz Pin. Like if you're like spending points on the tree, it should be giving you like 7% damage. Would I consider Diadem over Blood Magic? Never, no. I would not. How about Ground Slam? What about it? Any idea on Fire Slam build? No, not really. I don't think the Fire Slam skills are very good. They're okay. If you really want to play it and just play it, they're not going to be better than other things, but you can play it if you really want to. It's okay. Territory, like Tectonic or Volcanic. But they're not particularly good. They're okay to play if you want to. General's Cry to proc spikes? Yeah, that works if you want to. Molten Strike full conversion? Full conversion to what? Fire? I don't know what full Molten, like Zenith Molten Strike looks like as pure fire and fully scaled fire. It's probably like okay, but obviously strength stacking is always going to be better. But it's probably okay if you want to. Ambidexterity works on any Ascendancy. Obviously there's better choices than others, but you can make it work on anything for sure.
What's up?
Is that the Nameless King OST? OST stands for original soundtrack. That would imply that the Nameless King is its own game. But yeah, it is Dark Souls 3 music. Fair Graves. Nameless King OST. People do that all the time. Original soundtrack. It's Dark Souls 3, yes. Original soundtrack. Hierophant. It's probably the best caster to start day one. I'm pretty sold that Hierophant's probably like the best caster to start day one, right? You see some mana bullshit, you get those endurance charges for free. It's like kind of giga. Probably not native English, probably not. Forlings can drop in Act 2, at the end of Act 2 from Vol. I don't know what level that is. It should be around level like 24, I think. 24. So if the zone is level 22, I think. If the zone is level 22, a rare mob or unique mob should be able to drop a 4-link, I think is probably correct. I might be one level off, but should be around there. How does power work on war cries? It's like white mobs are 1, I believe. 1 or 2 each, 1. Rares are what? Are rares 20 or 10? I don't fucking know. I know uniques are 20. But it says if you just hover over the thing in POB how much they are. Rares are 10. Blues must be like 5 then. Blues are 5. Blues are 2? Really? That's it? That's fucking garbage. I guess that makes more sense because they're in packs. Is it worth taking the minimum power? Yes, typically. If you care about the power of your war cries, or you have some like thing that matters for power. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum. Your dual strike POB has no element immunity. You don't need any element immunity at all on dual strike. I'm sure if you want to put that on, you can, but it's not good. I would never use Storm Strike on dual strike ever. There's no reason to. The best solution, if you want to become basically element immunity, is just to craft shock avoidance or get one shock shock mitigation thing somewhere. Just put like shock reduction on ring, piece of jewelry, or use like one rare jewel that has like shock mitigation. And you're good. What's my res right now? It's kind of bad. Thieves. Okay. What do you mean this? There is no this leveling POB unless you want to just copy, like import my character right now in the POB and then use it. Dual Strike Zerker? I haven't popped it. The damage should be pretty good, but there's not that much reason to play Dual Strike with a Berserker.
I cannot do this yet.
Glad with dual wield node? I don't know which node that is. You have to be more specific. The double blocking thing on dual strike is kind of interesting if you do that. Double block whatever. Double the effects of dual wielding bonus, whatever the fuck that node's called. It's kind of interesting, but I think typically you just want that with a shield. The weapon mastersmith node? That node's really, really bad. It needs redesigned already. Realistically, nobody should ever take it. It just maths out really bad. Even if you're using Varanastra, it barely does anything. Think about that. More lies, thanks to you for the resub. How does it feel being the best hardcore streamer? I don't know. I don't care. Bum 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 bum. 15% more damage with axes are not too bad. That's really bad for mileage.
Come over here.
I certainly hope whenever you put nodes on your tree, you're getting more than, you know, 7.5% damage per point on an ascendancy, right? Like, that's not, you know, it's not good. Accuracy, that's big shit. Here, give me something else. Yeah, quality's changed. Finding bases with 30% quality is going to be a thing. They're going to be worth a lot more for trading. Someone linked yesterday the RTZ like retiring from Dota, and I was just like, fuck yeah, dude.
Goodbye.
About time. Five years too late, maybe. Why I didn't talk to the lady.
You what is that? I like that. Leave me.
Not a cockroach. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Arteezy might be the most overrated esports pro of all time. When Arteezy was really popular, I wasn't really playing Dota. I went to TI4. And he was pretty relevant then, right? But I hardly even remember anything from TI4. I remember he played a game of Razor and owned. I think he was playing mid. Wasn't he playing mid during that time? I think he was. I think he played Razor and he owned everybody on Razor. That's all I remember. In TI4. People just get better and better and better and better. It gets more competitive. How far can you take it? I think he's mentally clocked out. I don't have that issue, and I know a lot of people have that issue. Like, I'll watch Rise play a little bit of Dota, and he'll literally get triggered by his team and start playing significantly worse once his team, like, ticks him off or whatever, and I think that happens to a lot of professional players, too. I don't have that. Whatever that quality is of a person, I genuinely don't have that. Whatever that trait is of getting tilted, or whatever you call it, I don't have that trait as a person. Like, I don't know if I'm like a retard or like some part of me is like missing or something, but I know I genuinely do not have that trait. Whatever that trait is, like, am I too autistic or something? I don't fucking know. Actually, most Dota players seem pretty autistic, but whatever that trait is, I do not have it. Whereas, like, I feel like it's almost like almost everybody has whatever that trait is, whatever you call it. Psychopath? Yeah, I don't fucking know. Whatever it is, I don't have it. Like, what do you expect, dude? You're playing with a bunch of other people that you can't control. Things are gonna be like, you know, shifting variables all over the place. Mental fortitude of a toddler? Who, Quinn? Quinn can be pretty Quinn can have a lot of tenacity sometimes, honestly. You ever watch? Did you watch Quinn when he played that fucking Minecraft shit? He would die, and then you didn't think he was gonna spend like 16 hours to build his fucking town again or whatever. Nope, he's doing it.
Sunflower.
Corvus detected.
Minecraft arc. No, that's good quality Quinn. This when Quinn used to play games.
You've done your ancestors proud, Cub. Now, here's your warrior's death.
No, that fucks your TP down. I don't have that much res, whatever he did. Quinn has to prove his worth to everybody? Does he? I have no idea, honestly. I just watch Quinn when he's playing a game that's like fun to watch. I don't know anything about League of Legends, so I don't really watch. If he's playing something that's like Terraria or like Minecraft or something that's like peak Quinn, it's good to watch.
You have claimed the most worthy of prey, Makoru. Piety, the mistress of corruption. Why are you still standing there?
Piety's on.
Bum 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 bum. Your big nose. You are big nose. Nose. The fuck, man? Why are they giving me red sockets?
What do you want?
How many hours till league start? It's like, what? I don't even fucking know.
Tread carefully.
It's a while still, right?
See you.
50? I think it's a little longer than that, right? Like 55 maybe or so? Wanka wanka wank. 52. Overexertion? It's really good. I don't know if I'd call it broken. It's pretty nuts though on a berserker though. Where you're almost always gonna have that full overexertion mileage. Doppelganger's guys? I don't remember what the item does. You'd have to type it in chat. I don't remember. Sounds familiar. I don't. Is that the body armor from Maven? It's not additive. Oh, there you go. Do you need area for Earthshatter? No, not particularly. Even if you did, you're gonna get it all from Seismic. Bum 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 ba da 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 bum. Think Reeve will be good? No, I don't. There's no reason Reeve will be good. Only way you play Reeve if your character has so much DPS that he doesn't care about how much damage he gets from his actual skill. That's when you can consider playing Reeve. If you do so much DPS that you don't like you don't care what skill you put on your character, then Reeve is fine there. But Reeve doesn't really give you any DPS as a skill innately. Yeah, Warcries are mandatory on slime builds. How much do you have to change? I just put Earthshatter on my character. Typically you want Warcry cooldown, but basically I could level with Earthshatter right now if I wanted to instead. It's just not better for leveling. Make a guide for it? Maybe. Dude. I don't like the Crushing Fist enough. They killed bleed scaling on Crushing Fist, and you can't exert the slam. So I don't think there's a reason to particularly play it. I think it's okay though. If you really want to play it, you'll probably have fun playing it, but I'm not gonna play it. Yeah, pure math. From a pure on paper DPS perspective, Earthshatter is. So Ground Slam is like a 688 damage effectiveness, I think. Next league. Ground Slam of Earth, whatever, turning. I think it's like somewhere around there, right? 680. Earthshatter's like 1200 something damage effectiveness on average. So it's like Earthshatter does like 2 times more DPS than Ground Slam, basically. Make a guide on crafting. I'm not a guide person. Everybody's coming. Like, here's the thing. The truth. Like, I turned on my stream today, and then within about 10 minutes, I wanted to turn it off. Like, I don't like I'm not here to help you. I'm here for myself. Sorry. Like, I just want to do my thing. Like, it's not fun to, like, I don't care about, like, helping other people that much. I just want to play my game. Like, I'm not here to serve you and make you pobs and tell you what's good. Like, sure, if you get that out of me, cool, that's great, whatever. But like, I'm here for myself. That's all. Like, the amount of fun I've had this stream is like 2 out of 100. Like, this isn't particularly fun or enjoyable. I just wanted to get a little bit of like leveling warm up in because I haven't leveled in a little while. But like serving the people is not. That's not who I am. That's all. I just want to play my game mostly. If I get around and or feel like making anything, then then that's there. But like I said, I'm not. You know, I'm not here to serve the people particularly. So if I make something, then I make something. If I don't make something, then I don't make something. That's all.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Emperor is only as efficient as those he commands.
Kind of low HP.
Accept no impasse.
We'll cope by asking Dan in his stream. I think, like, he can speak for himself, but I feel like there's a reason why Dan isn't a full-time regular streamer. I'm sure he could pull it off if he wanted to put the time, effort, and energy, but I think probably what I just said is relatable. That's all. It's probably relatable for more people than less, but I'm not someone that, like, truly, like, I'm not a person that, like, I want to talk to you. Like, when I turn off the stream, I don't want to talk to anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here, like, I don't get off by, hey, you're playing my build or something. Like, I don't care about any of that. I just care about myself. I'm not here to, like, hey, I want to, like, help you guys or something. Like, if you get something out of it, that's cool, but I'm not here to, like, let me hold your hand and, like, feed you exactly every step of the way what you did do. I don't really care. What if you get something out of it? Sure, cool, great, but don't expect me to go out of my way for you or something like that. Make a video with Zizarin? We recorded something. He asked me if I would record something with him, and I said sure. I don't know if he's gonna upload it or if it's already uploaded. I don't really care. And he asked me a couple questions, and that was what he recorded. But like, if it were me personally, and I did that format, and I used myself as the person, like, and I like really broke it down and like put effort into it. Like, I could probably help people a ton, but like I said, that's just not who I am.
Before you are worthy. Before the goddess of
Miami Max, what's up, dude? Thanks for that raid.
receive our
Bump, bump, da-ba-da-bump, ba-dump. We don't care about that. Normally we would, but I don't care about here. Shall I level Berserker?
all deserve.
No, Berserker's way too different next league, I think.
What divides the conqueror from the conquered? Perseverance.
Melee was nerfed, actually. In general, almost everybody will feel like it's like bullshit OP and buffed. I haven't seen a bad POB of anything that like makes any amount of logical sense to be played. I genuinely don't think I've seen a POB where I'm like, this is just blatantly fucking bad. I don't think I've seen a single POB. Like, almost every POB just seems so just like mind-blowingly like normalized that it's kind of weird to me, actually. Like, every build just seems like it roughly ends up with about the same DPS. Yeah, there's some outliers here and there or whatever, and the same, you know, roughly the same survivability, but like, everybody will probably play a build and it will function and work and do enough damage and, you know, whatever. Actual balance game. The hard part is like making a build that actually comfortably kills Ubers on Melee. Because a lot of people are going to fall into this point to where their build is, they're not good enough at the game to know how to play the Uber's abilities, and they're going to have to execute them. So they're probably just going to have to die a couple times, you know, softcore, whatever, die a couple times on every Uber. Because a lot of these builds, until you just hit like absurd levels of DPS, they're going to get to use their abilities. A lot of builds, the bosses are going to they will get to use their abilities, and you're going to have to either die or dodge them. Like like anybody who plays a slam build, who's never played a slam build before, your chances to kill Uber Eater without dying is like 0. For example. Like, Eater's auto attack will instantly kill you in 1 hit. His auto attack that he spams non-stop all the time, it will literally kill you 100 to 0. So unless you have enough DPS to just like instantly kill him, you just can't beat Uber Eater on a slime build. Like, either you get really fucking good, or, you know, your gear is like absurd, but I think for a lot of people they're just gonna, you know, that'll be a lot of people's experience. Yeah, in the early game, you're gonna have a lot of DPS on a lot of these builds. Early mid game, like these like around like pre-level 95. Anything pre-level 95, your character's gonna feel pretty nuts, I think. Relative to what you're probably used to as a league starter, your character's numbers are gonna seem kind of crazy. Unless you're just playing some weird, really weird build that, you know, there's no reason to play it. I don't know what the example would be, like Pestilent Strike or something fucking weird. Heavy Strike. But yeah, it should be pretty smooth sailing to T16 for most people. How do you keep endurance charges up on a Slayer? You manually cast Enduring Cry most of the time, every 10-ish seconds minimum. People are going to be one-shotting map bosses? Yeah, I might be dead here. Help. Big nose.
Alright, let's go again. People are probably going to be like one-shotting bosses on any slam build if they click Berserker. Like it's not even exaggerating. Like, you get any amount, like if you remotely know what you're doing on a slam build, you're probably one-shotting most things.
Sunflower.
The dead should remember their place.
I like gain a charge every, yeah, the charge every implicit. I think that's the best solution, but it still has ramp time, which will be really annoying on bosses. But yeah, you fiddle in a little bit of endurance charge on kill, and it should be smooth for the most part. That's what I did when I played Slayer last league. I just used one implicit to solve endurance charges. Because Masterful Form has, I believe, 1.5 seconds added to your Endurance and Frenzy charge duration, right? I think it's 1.5. Bum. I think if you're playing Berserker on hardcore, you better be really fucking good at the game, and you better know how to play hardcore on melee builds. That's all. Otherwise, you're wasting your time, probably. Like, you better know... Like, if you click Berserker on and hardcore, you better know exactly what you're doing. Otherwise, you will die, period. 100%. You will die. Yeah, Jug should be foolproof. You just click the Juggernaut Ascendancy, and you're good till Ubers, survivability-wise. That's all. Yeah, I kind of want to play, what's it called? I kind of want to play Berserker also, just for memes. It'll just be really, I just want to feel like that feels like they have that much DPS immediately right out the gate.
I am surrounded by living corpses, dying
Crushing Fist, I think it's bad. Alright, I'm not going to use the word bad. It's okay. I'm not going to say good, though. I think it's okay to play, if you want to. I don't think Rage Vortex is really good, either. Rage Vortex has an extremely clunky playstyle with a lot of conditionals, and it has a very high skill cap to play. And to play that appropriately, like, just play Earthshatter. Fuck that at that point. Earthshatter's better anyway. Earthshatter is better anyway. Just play Earthshatter. Don't play Rage Vortex. Doo-doo. 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 How do you generate endurance charges out of Berserker? Enduring Cry. Crushing Fist has a line that says minus 60% damage, less damage with ailments, and that just kills it for me. Like, it would be a great skill for bleeding, and it would be OP, and that would be awesome. And also cannot be exerted, because retaliation skills cannot be exerted, so that kills the other avenue to build it appropriately. So you cannot exert a slam skill. That fucking sucks. The only thing you can do is Fist of War it, but like, you can't even guarantee it double damage. And because you cannot Intimidating Cry it, it instantly makes it, relative to other skills, an 1100 damage effectiveness skill. And like I said, Earthshatter is already 1200 damage effectiveness. Earthshatter does more DPS than Crushing Fist, just 1-to-1 straight up. And that's not even including all the nuance you have to do to scale up block chance and all that kind of garbage, right? You have to block and all that shit, right? Earthshatter is just like... If I were to guess roughly, Earthshatter should be like 3 to 4 times better than Crushing Fist. When you deal with all these like garbage conditionals and things that you have to like solve. Yeah, the two things that kill that skill to me, where I would genuinely consider playing it, are the bleed line, less damage with elements, and then the other line with what is it? The retaliation skills apparently cannot be exerted. Why is the auto war cry doesn't apply buff or charges to you or allies? Because that would be absolutely fucking broken if it did. Strength stack dual strike. You have to use Crown of Eyes anytime you strength stack now, right? Pretty sure. And then it works though if you want to go that route. Why am I doing this part over and over? There's no reason. I need to do work. That's not streaming, but I figured I'd stream a little bit. Because I didn't stream yesterday, I felt obligated to. I feel bad if I don't stream. I feel bad if I don't do something productive, so... I mean, I spent most of the day yesterday doing stuff that I needed to do, but... I'll probably feel better if I stream a little bit. So that's what I'm doing right now. Has no actual purpose other than that. I'm a workhorse. If I'm not doing something active, like I don't like sitting there doing nothing. Like if I'm not doing something active, productive, then my existence is worthless. I woke up like 4 hours ago. Fuck, where's my character? Help. The more I stream, the less chance you get any like guides or anything like that also. He is a baby, oh no. He is a baby, oh no. He is a baby, oh no. For those who want that stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna make any of it, but for those who do want it, the chances significantly decrease every second I stream.
Stay sharp out there.
What was I doing? I'm distracted. Like I said, I don't care about making guides and all that garbage anyway, but if I get around to it, if I feel like doing it, I'll do it. But I wouldn't count on it. Earthshatter, Ground Slam should be more noob friendly for people in general, I think. I think people will enjoy it, but it is on paper a lot less DPS than Earthshatter. I'm gonna keep on moving. Yeah, roughly like half DPS probably. It might even be lower than that in some cases, and more than that in some cases. Things aren't linear. Where the fuck am I in this shithole? It's to my left. It's not that much less. Oh yeah, it is. It in some cases can even be less. Like that's like being pretty favorable for ground slime. It's actually probably worse typically than 50% less. A lot of it depends on like what are we talking, like a boss hitbox and stuff like that. Depends. But yeah, like 50% is rough and fair. It's probably less than that in a lot of cases though. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-da-bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum 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 ba-dum. I don't know what you're typing. I don't know anything about any of that. Yeah, I think most players will enjoy playing Ground Slime a lot more. Earthshatter is like not so gameplay. If my stream was like this every day, the past like couple times I've streamed, I would literally get drugs and do drugs. Like, there is no way this is sustainable to like mentally read this shit. Like on a regular basis, like on a daily basis. I genuinely would do drugs. It would be truly impossible not to.
Who has the biggest nose?
Hey, that's why I said I don't know how Quinn like if I were, I wouldn't want to be in Quinn's shoes. That's like I would not be able to do that. Do you know him? Yeah, I'm not a person that I don't serve the people. That's all. How quickly does new ward refresh? I don't know. Read the patch notes. It should tell you. I don't play ward builds, but I'm pretty sure that whatever the number is, it's there in the patch notes. It should say exactly what the number is that you're asking.
Bottoms up, you
Omega ward guide build thing. Bum, 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 bum. I don't think you should play Cleave. If you're thinking about playing Cleave, it's pretty bad. Like, it didn't really get anything. Like, yeah, it's gonna do a little bit more damage, whatever, but it was pretty bad. No Cleave. Don't play Cleave. Other things got way more stuff to work with and buffs. Cleave, like, nothing. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-ba, Norwegian Wood, thanks dude for the sub. Yeah, we're deleting all the minion items for sure. Anybody want to help me on that? So what we're going to do in hardcore trade is every minion related item with any minion stat or minion unique, we're just going to buy it out and then destroy the item. We're not even going to trade it or like get value out of it. We're just going to destroy it on the spot. So nobody can play minions. We're helping, we're for the greater good, you know what I mean? It's for the greater good.
Stay sharp.
He blasted. How do I feel about Essence Stream? Just say nothing. What do you want from me? Not, am I supposed to think something about it? I don't know. I don't care about that skill. It's dumb. Your big nose. Massive nose. Giant motherfucking nose. The Vengeful Cry thing might actually genuinely be like broken OP. We'll see. It might make Chieftain a legit fucking ascendancy, but I mean, there's some fucking wonky ass. They're putting some really obscure, weird conditional shit into the game. Like, you can get like what, like 40, 50 max rage just from Vengeful Cry. It's just like, and it's some weirdo, goobly fucking conditional. It's just like, I don't fucking know, dude. They were doing some fucking cooked ass shit. That's all. Am I playing SSF or trade? I don't fucking know. I don't care either way. Whatever I click, whenever I log in that day. Probably trade. I don't fucking know. And I don't care either. Like, I'll do something. I don't fucking know what it is. I can tell you I'm not playing Ruthless. True. I have plenty of time to play Ruthless when Path of Exile 2 comes out. Actually, Path of Exile 2 is like 3 times slower than Ruthless, but, you know, closer in that direction, I guess. Ba-da-ba-dum. Bum. Bum. Yeah, true, true. True, true.
A slave is not a man. A slave is not even worthy of death.
Bum, 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 ba-da-bum, ba-dum. Chieftain Bleed? I have no idea. That's not something that would jump at me to play, but maybe it's fine. Most things look okay. I mean, I don't think anything is just blatantly bad that I've seen. It's kind of hard to make a bad melee build unless you just, like, do some really cursed shit, like I'm playing Heavy Strike or something stupid like that. Then, yeah, you might end up with a bad, like, melee build, but... most things are pretty normalized, I think. Some things are questionably OP, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't trust bleed slams because the damage variance is probably like too much. It's not something I would play. In fact, there's no bleed build I would actually play. I don't like bleed enough. I don't think they've done enough still. But it is an archetype and it will work and it will do some damage. It's just like nothing that jumps out at me. I'd rather hit a mob and just instantly do upfront damage, and the numbers are going to be higher anyway than play bleed. Love me some enfeeble on my character.
Your brawn is about to meet its match, brute. Give the...
Early mana will suck. You'll probably want to use 2 mana flasks. Yeah, probably. Stuart Borkin, thanks dude for the 28 month sub. Thanks, dude Kapow. Dish. I'm your host, Datmods. I'm Datmods. Do you understand? I'm Datmods. Datmods, are you in chat? He might be. I know he was awake a little bit ago. Monkey Droofy, thanks dude for the sub. Hugely huge. I'm actually completely in help, and I actually don't have enough mana to kill the boss guy. Well, let me get a... oh, I have a TP. Alright, we're auto-attacking till he's dead. It's fine. Hold on, let me put left click, auto-attack. Boom, die. This is a next league preview when you run out of mana real fast.
Sunflower.
Look at this. Boom, son. What, you think you can fuck with me, son? Boom, son. Oh, actually, I'm completely in. He got lucky.
Do you think you're savage enough to face
I put one too many E's, that's bugged.
The dead should remember their place.
8:30. Melee man's on this league. I don't know how, like, I genuinely, I said this to Zizarin actually, but I genuinely feel like there's absolutely no reason to play Witch this league. Like, truly, like, all 3 Witch Ascendancies combined should be less than 0.1% this league played. That's what I feel like. Occultist, Elementalist, Necromancer, they should, like, total played should be less than 0.1%. I get Assassin still, and I get Templar still, but I do not see Witch. Yeah, Necro will still be played for minions, but like, minions aren't a thing in the game, and you know. Lily is playing DD Witch? Oh no. How fast can you play Dual Strike? As soon as you get the gem, if you really want to. I personally wouldn't, but you can if you want to. Bum 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 bum. Well, I think Bones Chatter is still pretty good for transitioning, yeah.
I am surrounded by living corpses.
Yeah, Trickster is going to be good for sure. It's no brainer. More base juice equals more mileage. And it's also an ascendancy that you don't really need Fizz DR. Because it just has such high energy shield numbers once you get gear on it. Bug, 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 bug. Do 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 do
Do you think you're
Third God X. What?
We offered you
How's that
truth,
taken?
yet still you clasped your superstitious lies. We offered you service, yet you wasted your strength in defiance. Rayclast offers you something else. An education in true savagery.
The dead should remember their place.
Do 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 do. Yeah, fuck Charge Dash. I think Charge Dash is genuinely a worse skill than Flicker Strike. Like, what the skill actually is. Like, Flicker Strike's one of the stupidest skills in the game, but, like, I think Charge Dash is a whole fucking another level beyond that of fucking stupid design skill. Fuck Charge Dash. It's probably the worst skill in the game. Chain Hook's one of them, too. Chain Hook, Charge Dash, Flicker Strike.
My mana is gone.
Korgos, evil dog. He will bite low, but he does not like, and that's clearly you. Red socket gear anywhere?
Farewell. I am surrounded by living corpses, dying Moriathans.
I'll take it for 2 red. Linked. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Or better. How long before Reddit complains about the league mechanic? Two days ago. What do you mean? Since announcement. That's the correct answer. La, dun, 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 dun. Ethical melee? I don't think any melee is particularly ethical. I mean, the game... This is a lot of power creep for melee. Just like... I don't even want to say melee in general. It's just like... Out of gate builds, this is like your first character up to like level 95. Everybody should ideally have a pretty OP character. Like... Every single melee build in the game should pretty easily be able to do all content up to Ubers. And then it doesn't take that much to get that threshold to where you can beat Ubers. Like, the game is like... I don't know how to explain. The game might be... The game might feel too easy for people to the extent that, like... I don't even know, man. Like, even your most casual players just shit on the game, basically. Like, everybody just shits on... Like, if you don't shit on the game, essentially, like, something's wrong with you. Right? Like, every build in the game, every melee build in the game has, like... too much power right out the gate, I think. Like, as soon as you get to maps, you're gonna go straight to, like, 4 Watchstones without any, like, hesitation or hiccup, I think, for most builds. Pretty much just gonna straight beeline to T16s, get your 4 Watchstones, and then you're good up to Ubers, basically. I don't know. Seems kind of weird, but it is what it is.
Yes?
Korgos is an evil dog. Still have 2 link. Help. PC build? No, I didn't build anything on the stream. I bought a I didn't buy one. Starforge gave me a PC. I haven't built a PC since 1998 or 1999, I think. That was the last time I built a PC. Some of you aren't even that old. Think about that. That was the last time I built a PC. Bum ba da ba dum bum ba da ba do 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 do. Oh, I didn't get my medicine chest.
Goodbye.
And that is why some people know him as Baby.
Farewell. Greeting.
This is my body armor for my links. Help. Because I have no links. In the famous words of Tai Killer, Quicksilver in the mud flats. He even has movement speed help. Can you play Perforate? I've never played it. I mean, I don't know how different the new Perforates are versus the old Perforate. I've played the old Perforate a little bit, and I hated the thing between Sand and Blood stance. I don't know. I don't know if it's an actual skill. I know the single target is like okay, but like playing it as a all-around build, I don't know how like worthwhile that is at that point. You hear that, Owl? Korgus is an evil dog. Where the fuck was it? Bum 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 bada bum bada bum badum. Go blood magic early? Typically no. You have mana, you don't need to reserve it. So just use mana flask. Not like you got flask to use anyway. Blood magic early is kind of retarded to do that, honestly, I think. Too early. Like pre-level like 60, I wouldn't blood magic. Bum, 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 bada, 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 bum. Bum. Earth Shatter? It might be what I League start as a Berserker even, potentially, we'll see how I feel. If I'm feeling spicy on launch.
Farewell.
Fuck, I need my Frost Blink. I don't have a blue link either, do I?
What little help I
Shit game.
While we live, we are blessed.
What about questions? I kind of started, like, tuning them all out, honestly. Do 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 do. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum.
Bum bum bum. Bada 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 bum. You are blue boar.
A slave
My
is not a
flask.
man.
Classic.
A slave is not even worthy of death.
Oh, I don't have a life flask here, it's kind of bad.
I haven't played Street Fighter since Street Fighter 2, like on the Super Nintendo in like 1989. I have not played a single other Street Fighter game. Doo-doo. 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 Da-dum, da-dum.
Your brawn is about to meet its match, Brute. Give the warden...
Your crime is trespass. Your sentence is death.
Do 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 do.
Come.
Bug.
Your spirit is the plaything of the ends.
What do I have a character named Husty? How did this happen? Bum ba bum 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 bum.
Hello.
Did I end up level 9 again? Fuck.
While we live.
Every time. Da-dun, da-dun, doo-doo, doo-doo. I should have gotten a better than level 1 flask by now. We should have no reds, huh? That's very cool. Weapons and thing.
Hine Kora, mother of the dead, is this your land I walk upon? I cannot do this yet.
I got debated Zula XD Raffle. Do. One.
Understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me to do this. Hard times call for hard.
Alright, surely will drop me a wood splitter, a jade chopper, or a mallet. 100%, right? One of those three. Now. Pasta sword! Pasta sword help.
Your death will be much celebrated.
Round Slam Master Race this league. It's nice to have Slam meta back though.
If you must take
Big chunker bonkers. I'm down for it. Greetings, Blue Boar. I'm just buying this mallet. It's kind of shit. I'm doing it. I bought the mallet. Watch this. This is strategies. Boom. Look at that. Fucking spell damage on my fucking mallet. Ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum ba-da ba-dum. Toady slamming? Toady hates slamming. Toady's gonna play like fucking Hierophant caster shit. Bum ba ba dum bum ba ba dum bum. I like slams. I like the playstyle a lot. Dude, this guy blocked my attack like fuck. Like, why is this 75% block? Look at this shit. Combine that with accuracy, and you have a recipe for fucking Hell yeah, fucking awesome. Fucking awesome gameplay. Bum 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 bum. Quinn will probably play Crushing Fist, I feel like. Maybe he plays the bleed one, but I can see Quinn being a Crushing Fist fucker. He likes Eviscerate more, yeah, I can see him playing one of those kind of things. No exert and he was pissed, yeah. So was I. I would have considered playing it if you could exert the slam. Ba-dum-bum.
Your curse is over, Silent.
Bum 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 bum.
I cannot do this yet.
Bum 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 bum.
I going.
Burb.
I just realized my character's name is Turd Brown. Is that like first name, last name, or what? First name, last name? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You're a bunger man. Coach Quinn? Maybe if he really wants it. Sure, I'll do like Act 1 or Act 2 with him. If he wants it, you can throw that at him. If he wants like Act 1 or Act 2, if he's like leveling or something. I don't know what he's doing. You can ask him. I don't know if he's streaming yet, but... Fucking enemies with blocks attacks is so stupid, dude. Velveeta slippers. Play Dual Strike on anything. Skills OP, doesn't matter what you played on. You hear that, IOW? Ba-dum. Asmon goal? Yeah, true. What's up, Asmon? You goaling it up? Yeah, true. Everything's gotta be block or fizz res. Help. Trying to play.
I cannot do this yet.
I don't know the level.
I am a beast.
Do.
Go with the spirit. I thought
Fuck, the one there is a fucking... It's dumb. Retarded. Dumb retarded. Happens. Do.
Ba-dum bum. Ba-da-bum bum. He is a baby dog. He's a baby. A baby. A baby. Do 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 do. Ba dum bum 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 ba da ba da ba do. Rise is in a 65-minute Dota game right now. Is he playing Invoker and he's just constantly like questioning what his team is doing? Is it one of those? That is correct. That's awesome. Dude, I have like no sockets, help. Classic melee. Bum bum. Public pops. My last YouTube video has some rough drafts if you want to use those. They're pretty good. They're way better than most people's like pops that they have. They're like way more fleshed out if you look at them. I hold my shit usually to a pretty high standard, but I mean they're much higher standard than what most people give you, so. Like I said, I was looking at some people's pobs yesterday and they had like rage fully ticked and they had 0 rage generation on their builds. I was just like, what is this? I don't think any of those pobs have any major holes. Maybe some like tiny things, but nothing that is a big deal. Lightning strike build with rage. I didn't look at any lightning strike builds other than the bin one. Lightning strike should be pretty decent if you want to play it, but I don't know if it's like GG level or whatever. Blue boar. On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody watch out, and he's ready for more. Everybody knows he's a growly boar. The questions are back. They'll probably never end, even after the league launch, honestly.
Be kind.
You are now blue boar. On the motherfucking fuck. I only got one try. Not what I wanted, but still works. Did I get my way forward? I wasn't paying attention. Streamer tech support.
Sunflower.
Let's see, protector is fine. Melee distance for close? It's like 1, man. You're gonna be standing directly on top of mobs almost always. If you're playing a melee build and you're not comfortable to like stand right in the enemy's face, then learn to play or something? I don't fucking know. tech support streamer. I had to get away from the computer for a second, honestly. It's fine. Corgo spin. He's really fast. He's really fucking fast. Now do you understand why people like Growlies and Big Nose and the Corgo Stance guy provide so much net worth to the channel? Does it make sense to you now? A little bit better? You understand the truth? Else you just get asked, what build are you playing 1,000 times in a hunt. Like, imagine if every single person in chat just typed, what build are you playing? And that was every stream, every day. Non-stop, always, all the time. They never typed anything else, that's it. Corgo spin. He's really fast. Bum bum. How many people do you think are going to be running around with -1 level by the time they're at maps because they don't do this quest? There's gonna be a lot, for sure. Read the comments and want to bash it. I haven't even read any Reddit, honestly. I don't know what they're fucking on about. I don't even know what the fuck they're on about.
Hello. Going.
Dun 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 dun. On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck does he do? When ready for more? Bone Shatter prison? It's not about being prison. You should embrace Bone Shatter if, like, it's a good transition for your build. Bone Shatter does a lot of damage. I do think Complex Trauma is probably more correct, though, to play Complex in general. Like it's not even a I think it is. It just is. Like, Complex Trauma should be a lot better now, relative. Which is kind of annoying, because you have to get the fucking alternate quality gem. Grand Mana Flask. Do I have any fire res yet? 20? That's not bad. Make a one-shot slam build. No. You can, but no. The practical uses of build like that is like non-existent. Stupid foreboding flask, dude. Eat shit, flask. How about that?
Bum ba-dum 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 ba-dum. So level area. Act 1 flask sucks to suck. Ba-dum, bum, ba, ba, bum. You guys are on about. Heavy Strike? I mean, you can play it if you really want to. It's not particularly good, though. Most melee skills, you can just play them if you want to. Like, they'll be okay. But some are, like, genuinely, like, way better than others. Things like Ground Slam, Earth Shatter, Molten Strike of Zenith, Complex Trauma Bone Shatter. Some of that kind of stuff. Lightning Strike. Much better than things like Shield Crush or Pestilent Strike or Heavy Strike or whatever fucking wonky ass shit exists in the game. Ice Crash. Yeah, Sweep will be pretty bad. But no matter what you play, you'll probably do okay damage. All melee skills can do okay damage. I don't know what, like, is good damage to most people, like day 1, day 2, but... Like, some of the good melee builds genuinely look like they're hitting, like, 10 million DPS day 2 with, like, basically just random rares. Right? 10 million DPS day 2. Just random, no... And nothing crazy, just literally just life resist gear. 10 million DPS on some builds. So... I think day 2, like level mid-90, early mid-90s level on the character. For a frame of reference of what is probably going to be pretty good. This would be like your Earth Shatter and stuff like that. La-da-da-da. Bum 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 bum. The first 20 minutes of Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 will give you the blues. You better watch out. Don't dare play Dark Souls 2. It's shit. It really is pretty bad. Dark Souls 2 will give you the blues. I would rather wipe my ass with it than play it. And eat the smear. Where my W's at. That's right. W. Bum, bum, bum. I'm dead here, by the way. Dead. Hi, Ow. He's gonna bite you. He just does not like you. He's going to bite what he doesn't like, and that's you. That's you. That's you, man. That's you. You'll just be sitting there hanging out, Hi, Ow, and then he'll latch onto your arm and just be like, argh!
What are you playing, Korgo Stand Sky? You logged in, dude? You ready to make some builds, dude? Let's log in, dude. Make some builds. We're gonna team up. Me and Korgo Stand Sky. We're gonna play two-man group. Two-man group, Korgo Stand Sky. You ready? We'll ban Zapply while we're at it. Nose guy? I don't know if nose guy, are you here in chat? Any nose guy? I am Wolf Thing, STK guard, big nose. Any nose masters? Up nose a noseling. Salutations, my name is Susho, Lord of the Dark Finkel Queens, and I live in a motherfucking goddamn Dark Finkel dream. You know, my Volax, or whatever the space is called, double X, didn't like reset appropriately, so there's only shit versions. Alright, pretty rare I do this, but I'm gonna do it. Let's see, I'm gonna buy one. Come over here, buy some shit-ass belt. I don't have any currency to make it into a rare. Whatever, too bad. We almost never use this, but it's fine. Shit. Do I have sockets for this? Let's find out. Loop Slam, Herald of the Diarrhea Masters, Blood Rage. Oh, this axe had Dex on it? Fuck you. I got Dex again. La da 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 da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I mean, I've honestly already kind of hit my threshold on just like answering questions. Gets old real fast for me, but like maybe later when feel like I'm done messing with this. Oh shit. That's fine though, these colors work. Ba-dum bum ba-da-bum. What am I playing? Probably Earthshatter. Like 95% chance I'm league starting Earthshatter. Like probably even higher than 95%. Because Crushing Fist doesn't look good enough for me. So, almost guaranteed, I would say, that I play Earthshatter. Bug. Like 90 something. It's pretty much guaranteed I play Earthshatter on league start. Nothing's jumping out at me anymore. I've pobbed a lot of stuff though, so I kind of roughly know, and I've seen a lot of other people's pobs. Kind of roughly know where things kind of end up. Paradox or Bone Shatter or Dual Strike is like Bone Shatter, then you play it later.
You are blue boy when you get down on my living room floor. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Health orbs are OP. I don't think at any point last league I ever stopped doing Katarina's, like, Betrayal. It's so good. Now the real question is, did they nerf Gravicious?
You're simply too stupid to be realistic, aren't you, brute? You're nothing more.
If they didn't nerf Gravicious, like, mandatory, do you just leave it on forever always? But you could make a justification if they nerf Gravicious to not do Betrayal, I think.
Enough of this.
Oh, she's not in my thing because I didn't talk to her, did I? It's okay. Yeah, a lot of people got Mage Blood last league from... It should get nerfed, but if it's not nerfed on the div cards from Grav, like, everybody's gonna do it. It's too good. It's like kind of broken level OP.
See you.
It just puts a lot of, like, items of value, like div cards of value into your, like, character.
Welcome sight, daughter of Good luck to you.
I'm kind of leaning towards League starting in Berserker. After seeing Overexert Gym especially. Like, Overexert Gym is, like, kind of absurd on Berserker. Like, I'm expecting Berserkers to be hitting 20 million DPS and, like, on hardcore on, like, day 2/day 3. Which is retarded. Like, true 20 million DPS. Not even, like, some fucking fodder, like, you know, best case scenario. Just, like, actual 20 million DPS on, like, day 2. I don't know. They're gonna be kind of squishy, though. Just kind of monkas, but maybe it's fine. They'll be squishy. It's kind of a problem, but... Yeah, I don't like the Defiance part. I don't. The only thing that really turns me off from Berserker is Uber Lab. I don't think it's that good. I think it's kind of detrimental, in fact. Just like, if you genuinely had Overleech somewhere, that's not really a thing. Unless it's a two-handed weapon enchant, then things change a lot. What if Slayer Leech is on a two-handed weapon enchant? I could see them doing that. Because if you looked at the scrolling wheel of the enchants that were in the game, they showed like 10% of them. Then Defiance is like really good on Berserker. If Overleech is just a weapon enchant. That shit would be nuts though. On the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck is he doing? Why is he ready for more? You better watch out for that Guravi boy. But it was only from existing unique items. I don't fucking know, dude. Is it out? Some chance. Did they say that's where it comes from? Yeah, they had some fucking nutso shit. Petrified Blood. I think everybody's taking movement speed, Caitlyn. Till they're like big in game, they need raw output, but early game, everybody's gonna take Caitlyn, I'm pretty sure. 8% movement speed is a lot. I love blocks attack. It's the coolest thing in the fucking game. Everybody knows that it's not lame. It's really cool. It's STK guard. What you think? A massive nose or a giant nose? What are you thinking? Bored myself, thanks, dude, for the resub. Full circle, maybe I just play Bone Shatter. Yeah, I think Complex Trauma is fine to play. I don't think regular Bone Shatter is very good to play. I think you gotta play Complex always now. Classic Bone Shatter, I think, is just kind of turds. Turds to mid. Korgos is an evil dog, he'll bite you. Everybody knows it's just because he doesn't like you. Bored myself, thanks dude, for the resub. I'm either Earthshatter Juggernauting full way, just face roll level gameplay, or I'm gonna YOLO and play Berserker. Kind of leaning towards the yellow Berserker. That sounds kind of funny. I don't care if I die early. Overexert has like really good synergy with Berserker. It's like gonna be nutso damage, I think. Yeah, it's either hardcore trade or SSF hardcore. Imagine you're leveling and you get a Brutus Lead Sprinkler at like level, like on your first fucking character, and that's what you want to play. It'd be fucking disgusting. Dead. Actually dead, lol. Ow, ow, ow. I wish old PoE, but that would be 100% guaranteed chance to die right there. Lame fucking pussy game now. You know what I mean, big nose? No, I don't like Rage Vortex. The changes kind of dumb.
Pretty and lifeless.
Korgos is an evil dog. Is that your stream title, Walk? Rage Vortex? Yeah, it's always like manual cast Rage Vortex is always going to be good. It's like pretty good. Actually, playing it, you better be a fucking lord at the game. You better have very good control of your character and very good control of the buttons that you're pressing. Rage Vortex skill cap to play that appropriately is like, it's like PoE 2 level gameplay. It's like, it's not, like it takes a lot of effort just to press the buttons on your character correctly. It's not for most people, for sure. I don't even want to play it. Do not recommend. It does damage. It's one of the hardest hitting skills in the game. Pretty cool with a Vengeful Cry, but I wouldn't want to play it. best melee for softcore? I have no idea. Softcore is not like a thing to me. I can't tell you because I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't. Nothing you do matters in softcore, so I don't know. No matter what you do with a softcore build, especially this league for like melee, you're probably safe. Like it's fine. Like hey, you might die once in a while or whatever, but I mean it's pretty easy to make a build do damage in softcore, especially now. Like you're gonna be able to do everything pre-Ubers pretty freely on softcore. Like yeah, you might die once in a while here and there, but your damage will pretty much guarantee feel good no matter what you play. Unless you're playing some like really stupid shit like, I don't know. Fucking Ice Crash on a fucking Elementalist or some fucking weird shit. Then you deserve to die a lot, but for the most part, it's pretty safe that your build will do damage. That's kind of all that matters in softcore, right? Quinn's build will have damage. It's impossible. He cannot make a build that doesn't do damage. It's guaranteed he's going to do damage. Like there's no like it doesn't matter what he does. His build will do damage no matter what he plays. Guaranteed. Reeve, yeah, dog shit tier. Reeve is a skill that has like no synergy with anything and it doesn't scale. The only way to make Reeve like a good build is if you have so much damage already, no matter what skill you're playing, then you just slap Reeve on, then, you know, if you want to do that, sure, whatever. Quinn will hate that. Yeah, Quinn will probably say this game is too easy now and they overbuffed everything, and then he'll find the motivation and then go back to League of Legends within, I don't know, 2 weeks. He'll say the game is too easy now. They overbuffed everything, and then he's gonna go, like, he'll lose motivation because the game will feel too easy to him. Catfire Rose, right? I think so. He just plays some dog shit. It's like almost impossible to make a melee build that doesn't do damage, though. Like, even if you play like Juggernaut or Gladiator, your build's still gonna do damage just by picking a skill. Like, the first thing that the top thing that I consider playing literally gets 0 damage from the Ascendancy. Like, think about that. Because the damage got buffed so much that I think I think it's fine and safe to get away with that. And that's silly, right? Like, you can genuinely play... I think I was looking at, like, 7, 8, 9 million DPS, like, day 2, on a Juggernaut that can't die to anything other than Ubers. Like, I'm getting 0 damage out of the Ascendancy. Like what is that? Do I think the game is going to be too easy? I don't know. Too easy from Quinn's perspective, yeah. Consecrated Path, if you want to play it, you can. It's not like particularly special or anything, but if you want to play it, sure.
Piety, you are truly Kitava's slave, a daughter of corruption.
Rip Axe, go back to League? Nah. Ziz, glad, I don't know what it is. Lacerate's probably like okay. I'd probably put it like 50 percentile skill, meaning it's like not good, but it's not bad either. It's like right in the middle of like where balance is for melee skills. I don't think it's like special, but I don't think it's bad. It's like right in the middle of the pack. I think Quinn playing Dota 2 would be physically painful. Like, I don't... He would truly be the worst player you've ever seen play that game. Oh, I should have done a different green base. Fuck. Well, too bad. Too bad. He said he has 10k hours. Quinn genuinely would be like... He would be the lowest rank, 100%. I just don't know, like, how deep in. Like, what's the lowest rank? I don't even know what it's called. It's not Guardian, right? Herald. Herald, that's what it's called. Herald, he would be like Herald 4 or 5. He would truly be the lowest rank. Or Herald 1, sorry, I have it backwards, yeah. Herald 1. Herald 1 or 2.
You've done your ancestors proud, Cud. Now, here's your warrior's day. Do the honorable. Damn you.
Tread carefully.
See you.
Party's off the...
Bum, 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 bum. No good axes here, huh? I have no currency either. Help. Big Nose login, gauntlet now. Big Nose login, gauntlet
Stay out
frown.
of the shadows. They bite.
What was I doing? I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Whatever. How many Earth Shatter spikes at the boss? Should be 2 to 3. Closer to 3, probably. Depends. Sometimes you can get 4 or 5 per hit. Depends on the boss. But safe to say, 2 minimum, probably 3 average. Sometimes it's 4. Dun 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 dun. Doop 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 doop. Maven should be 4 to 5. Maven should be 2 to 3. Brain will be 5, yeah, 4 to 5 probably, but Maven herself will be like 2 to 3. She has a pretty small hitbox. Her and Shaper and Awakener. The AoE, well, I don't think that matters with overlap that much. Auto exert? Yeah, there'll be some auto exert action. It makes us spike spread out more, but it makes the AoE bigger, and I don't know, like, kind of where it averages out, but it doesn't seem to matter too much, honestly. Dangerous Pogue, thanks dude for the resub.
The Karuhun hide in towers built of fear.
15% reservation. They should scale down if you have reservation on your character. Reservation percentage.
Alk party.
I think the DPS of what Earthshatter Berserker is going to do is going to be so disgustingly stupid looking. Like, it's going to look retarded. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum. It might be a 100 million DPS build with Mage Blood. I'd have to pop it, but the DPS of what that build gets should be like retardedly high, like really, 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 really disgusting levels high. Steel's build? I saw like version 1 of it. I don't know what he's done to it. I'm not sold on Bleed on any build. I think it's playable, I think it's fine, but I'm not, like, I personally, after looking at some of people's Bleed builds and making a couple of my own, looking at the numbers, I wouldn't play Bleed, personally. There's too much, I feel like there's too much volatility in Bleed, in a bad way. But it definitely will be, it'll be decent. I don't know if it'll be good, genuinely good category, but it'll be decent for sure. I think it'll be decent. I don't even mean the gem, I just mean the variants. Like it's too much, I think. Variants. I would not recommend Earthshatter Berserker to anybody, but, you know. It's a thing. It'll be really strong if you're willing to play it. DPS-wise. Survivability is really bad on that build, by the way. So, get ready if you're playing that.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile? Die in awe. The touch of God.
I have no lightning res if I remember right. It's never stopped me before though.
The touch of God. Die. The touch of God. This world is an illusion, exile.
Bleed builds? You want to be able to hit bleed like dot cap at some point. That's what I think. If your bleed builds should typically hit around dot cap with like good gear. If you like look at your numbers roughly. Should eventually be able to hit dot cap, I think. With like pretty good gear. Oh man, I never socketed my totem. Yeah, that's why we're part reason why we're Giga Z Deeps. I need my totem on my build. Yeah, you want to be breaking that 30 million DPS range with good gear. Like, you don't have to be there immediately, but eventually. missing. Just the more chief, I think.
Follow a dead river to the foot of Kitava's kingdom. Just how the elders told.
Can one-handed bleeds hit that? I mean, if you're playing any bleed build, you would preferably be able to hit dot cap eventually, right? Like with good gear. I mean, even if it's like mage blood territory gear, that's fine. Just like, you gotta make sure your build actually scales and gets DPS, right? Eventually. You don't want to be playing a build 1 week into the league and you're genuinely doing like 5 million DPS, right? Like, it's playable, but you're gonna see people doing like 10, 15, 20 million DPS week 1 on melee builds. Slam with bleed? I think ground slam's fine for bleed. If you're playing bleed, ground slam looks fine.
We are the
Weapons for dual strike before Paradoxica? You could just use Frost Breath, but I'd rather just play Bone Shatter. Just play Bone Shatter. Pre-Paradoxica. EQ versus Ground Slam? I'd rather play Ground Slam. I want to play EQ. EQ kind of meh. Bump out on. Ground Slam, Jug, or Chieftain Bleed. I think Jug anything is safe. Jug is like invincible level of defense with 0 like micromanaging. Dun, 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 dun. If you play Chieftain, you are basically submitting and saying, I need to manually press 3 to 6 war cries that have cast animations that cannot be automated. I don't know if there's much of any exception. If you're playing a Chieftain Slam or, you know, using the war cry node, you're saying I'm manually casting 3 to 6 war cries. You can do that if you want to. Do 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 do. $700k DPS, dual strike, 8 to 10 hours a year. I mean, it depends on what your character level is. 8 to 10 hours is level 90-ish, right? For you, probably. 700k at level 90 is dog shit. Just play Bone Shatter. You'll do like level 90 Bone Shatter. If you have Tahu Ani or something like that, you probably are around 3 million DPS. Why Earth Shatter over Bone Shatter? Bone Shatter, level 90-ish gear versus Earth Shatter Berserker probably is genuinely about 5 times damage on Earth Shatter versus Bone Shatter at that gear level. 4 to 5 times. Yeah, I don't think Cleave's very good. Yeah, I would Bone Shatter before... If you want to play Dual Strike, play Bone Shatter before Dual Strike. Sunder, Bone Shatter, Dual Strike, that's fine. Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma is pretty good still. Especially for mapping, it's pretty good. And that's mostly what you're doing anyway at that stage. You don't fight that many bosses. No, just base Sunder is better. Base Sunder always. Don't use any alternate. Dun dun dun. Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Best slam, I think it's Earth Shatter. It's not even I think, it is Earth Shatter. There's no thinking. It's Earth Shatter. Rage Vortex of Berserking? No, no Rage Vortex. I don't think it's should be played by anybody. No, I hate questions. I just fucking cooked. Berserker die in hardcore easily if you're bad at the game, yeah. It'll die easily. If you're good at the game, it'll die if you do something dumb. Don't use trauma support on any build in the entire game, ever. No trauma support on any build, ever. It got nerfed too much. It's dumb. Dumb Jim. Berserk Earthshatter and Gauntlet? It'd probably be Juggernaut. Slayer for Dual Strike? Dual Strike anything is fine, honestly. Garatha uses Trauma on Glacial Hammer. Would I say that face to face? Yeah, if he plans on playing Trauma Glacial Hammer, I think he's cooked. Berserker Dual Strike, yeah, it's fine if you want to play it. Berserker Dual Strike, I haven't popped it, but it's probably pretty good. The DPS you reach is absurd with that, but the main thing is like... I'd have to look. You might take Blitz charges on that, I'm not sure. No, probably not. Yeah, your 8th Uber lab on Dual Strike might be bad, because you're not taking double exerts. I don't know. You just want pure damage. Molten Strike. I think Molten Strike is I mean, he's pretty on point. Indirectly, just the result of the patch as a whole, Molten Strike scales too much with good gear, basically. Molten Strike with, like, realistic replica. As soon as you get replica Alberons for Molten Strike of Zenith, at that gear level, it's kind of silly already. Retail gems will be playable. I don't know if they'll be good territory. They'll be, if they're not good, they'll just be right under good. They're like decent. I don't know if I'd put them in like good category. They're just like decent. If you can get returning proj on a two-handed weapon enchant reasonably, that makes Lightning Strike and Molten Strike especially way too good. From just a raw damage number perspective. The build that kind of like get numbers without trade-offs, like Berserker Earthshatter, there's a big trade-off there. You're really squishy on a Berserker. But like Molten Strike of Zenith with Return Proj on a Juggernaut does way too much damage and is way too tanky at the same time with basically no trade-off. Your trade-off is like your mapping is kind of clunky. But just on paper, the numbers are way too high. Because when you remove 2 totems from every build in the game, when you remove Warchief and Protector from every build in the game, it's not linear, and the builds that win the best, the builds that win the most on that are builds that didn't use 2 totems. And that is Lightning Strike, and that is Molten Strike of Zenith. They only use Protector. So whereas every other build got a 50% damage nerf from losing 2 totems, Molten Strike and Lightning Strike only lose like 20%. And that's not including all the other buffs that come into play, but, you know, if you only used 1 totem in your build before, your build didn't get as nerfed from losing totems as other builds. And that's Lightning Strike and Molten Strike. Frostblades, I don't know. I think Root 2 wants to play. I think it's a stupid, dumbass skill, but, like, prove me wrong, sure. I've never seen someone play, like, Frostblades in years. Maybe it's sick, I don't know. I don't like... that Molten Strike, or not Molten Strike, but that Frostblades shit. Yeah, you make a great point, never a great point. Why do I hate minions? Because my first character in Diablo 2 was a Necromancer, and I played that character for like months. I got to like level 95 in softcore, and level 95 in classic D2 was like I said, it was like months of gameplay, and then I played a Whirlwind Barb after that, and I'm like, why the fuck was I playing Necromancer this whole time? This is stupid and dumb. No minions. What if PoE 2 has good minion mechanics? I think it's the opposite, potentially. When bosses have telegraph one-shot slams, which almost every boss does in PoE 2, your minions pulling aggro, and then the slam just being in some random part of the like arena just is a coin flip if you instantly die or not. I think it's potentially really bad in PoE 2 because of that. Like, you don't know where the slam is being aimed because you have a bunch of minions taking aggro, and if it hits you, you die instantly. So how do you know where to dodge, when to dodge, when you have fucking minions? Korgos, he's a dancing dog. He is evil. He will bite you. Bite you. Korgos, he's an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like, and that's you, Tai Killer. That's you. Korgos, he's an evil dog. Gladiator. If I played Gladiator, I'd play retail skills. I guess that means Eviscerate. So you'd play Eviscerate. One-handers, obviously. Eviscerate with Bleed, if you want to do that. Or you play Crushing Fist. Then just go for big bonk hit. Korgos, he's an evil dog. He will bite what he doesn't like. That's you. That's you. Well, I wanted to do a full run to Act 10, but I'm just constantly getting bombarded with, like, questions and picking my brain crap. I was gonna say garbage. I'm picking my brain garbage. And it's just like... Like, I've already ran Act 10, like, 600,000 million times. Like, I know what to do, but I just wanted to do it. It's, like, annoying. Why that skill? True. Best way to craft a league at the start? The absolute best way is to have a fractured base and then craft from there. I don't know what the question means. Like, what stage of gear? Are we level 90? How much currency do we have? How many days into a league is it? Are we on trade? Are we on SSF? Like, there's so many variables that aren't linear. Ignore... Thanks, dude, for the sub. Hope I said your name right. I haven't looked at the Atlas tree. I always do the same thing every time anyway. Expedition and June. I like both too much. Lightning Strike? I don't know shit about Lightning Strike. All I know is Lightning Strike is buffed with Return Proj. So if Return Proj is accessible, Lightning Strike is immediately pretty good. Yeah, essences can be good for crafting. Have I looked into Vengeful Cry? I know what the gym does, yeah. I don't know what you want. Perforate? I don't like the skill, so I don't ever pop it or look at the numbers of it because I don't care because I don't like the skill. I know it has decent single target. That's about what I know on Perforate, but I personally wouldn't play it. But if you play it, Perforate, you probably have pretty good single target no matter what you do. Lightning Strike of Arcing, does it leave the projectiles still as projectiles, or does it change it to not be projectiles? Because you need projectiles. Aga Wizard, thanks dude for the resub. Sweep is pretty bad, yeah. I've played Sweep before when they got Omega buffed. There's one patch where Sweep got Omega buffed, and I played it, and I got to like level 95, 96. There's a YouTube rip where I die somewhere out there to have multiple fractured dogs. So it's like rare mobs could randomly spawn with fractured, and then the map mod could also have fractured, and I have double fractured, so like multiplied the fracture on the fracture. That was cool. Void Forge Cyclone. Cyclone is just bad. It's one of the worst skills you could possibly pick or play. Don't play Cyclone. It's truly one of the worst skills in the whole game. Don't play Cyclone.
Korgos dance.
It's really one of the worst. Any build that does 10 anytime Cyclone genuinely does 10% of the damage of a decent to good melee skill. So if you have a 10 million DPS build, if you put it on Cyclone equivalent gear levels, you'll do 1 million DPS on Cyclone. It's truly that bad. It's that bad. It is mind-blowingly bad. Sunder's just good for leveling. You could take it into maps if you wanted, but in general, it's just good for leveling. Do you have to rotate your war cries? No, I don't think like that. War cries are like when you press the button, you get the buff and you get the exert, and then depending on what they do, depending on the situation, you get the benefits relative to what the war cry does. I don't know what that question is. Sport, and thanks, dude, for the
5 years,
resub.
he gonna bite you out one.
It's not like a checklist. I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. It's like if I press Intimidating Cry, the target is intimidated, and I do double damage on my next exerted attack. Like, that's what it actually does, right? I don't sit there and process it. I need to check this off, and I need to check this off if I press this one. And I need to check this off, right? It's like, if I press Rallying Cry and I don't have any minions, and I have a level 20 over Exert Gem, that means I'm getting 18% multiplicative damage on my next exerted attack, right? Waltuck, thanks, dude, for the sub. Lewis, what's up, dude? Thanks for the resub. Yeah, Chieftain, Warcry builds are going to be a lot of button pressing, and none of them are instant. So, you might want to consider that. I think Ground Slam is pretty noob friendly though in general. If you play some kind of Ground Slam variant, it's pretty noob friendly. So you show with the Dark Finkel twist.
Sunflower.
Give your wife a Dark Finkel kiss.
Sunflower. Sunflower. Sunflower.
What would a Dark Finkel kiss be?
Sunflower.
Is that like where you... I was gonna say something bad. Is it really that bad? A Dark Finkel kiss would be where you like contort your body to kiss your own butthole? And then after that, you kiss someone. Yeah, don't do the Dark Finkel kiss. It's not good. Makes sense. See, Susha knows. That's a Dark Finkel kiss. I use default loot filter. I don't use loot filter. I need to see all the items on the ground. My eyes are my loot filter. Tell you what to play in SSF softcore. Play retaliation skills. I genuinely think that's probably pretty fun to play if you're willing to play that. Play some retaliation gladiator build. It's new. It's probably kind of fun to play. Court Ghost is evil. He's evil. It's bad on bosses? I don't think that's true. I think most bosses spam fucking shit at you and you're constantly blocking their attacks all the time. There's very little downtime you'll have fighting a boss. Well, you think the boss is just gonna AFK and not attack you? Like, retaliation skills are pretty good on bosses. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's borderline good, in fact. Maven? Maven spams at you non-stop. What do you mean? Normok, thanks, dude, for the resub. Maven doesn't do anything that, like, can't be blocked. Maven just spams abilities at you non-stop all the time. You have 87% attack and spell block. Yeah, I mean, not even like you're gonna be getting blasted nonstop all the time. With Eater Exarch, maybe? No, Eater spams Omega auto attacks at you, right? And with like a lot of ticks. Everything that Eater does can be blocked, I'm pretty sure too. Maybe not the big like Hunger Slam, but like everything Eater does is blockable. Right? Intermission phase, ticking beam, tick, 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 tick. Every tick, I'm pretty sure, can be blocked. Retracting tentacles, auto attack tentacles, die beam from Eater, all of that stuff can be blocked. It's non-stop all the time. Dun, 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 dun. Like you want, like when you're playing a gladiator and you're playing a retail build, you're going to want the things to hit you. You're just going to be in the face of a monster. And maybe you have to dodge a Shaper Slam or something like that once in a while, or a big Telegraph Slam or something, but for the most part, you just stand there and attack them. It's fine. 2 tips for Sunder leveling while new player. Use Intimidating Cry. That's tip 1 and 2. And then Sunder after that. How do you pop a Legion with that skill? You just don't spec into Legion, that's all. Simple. Slime, I think groundbreaking, or not Earth Shatter, but was it ground slam of earth breaking or whatever the fuck it's called, slamming Earth Shatter or ground slam thing should be pretty easy to play. Yeah, bone shatter before dual strike is better typically. Someone's going to make a max block Glad Bleed Eater Cyclone, yeah, probably. Flesh and Stone, it's pretty good. I don't know if I'm gonna use it, but it's pretty good. I don't think Sweep is good. If you want to play it, you can, though, I guess. A good leveling POB, it's a Bone Shatter build. You shouldn't level with Dual Strike. You can, it's just a little bit weaker than Bone Shatter without gear. Just play Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma. Ice Crash is bad, just in general. You can make it work. It's probably decent territory, but it's weak compared to good melee. You know what goes with this music, Big Nose? Do you understand the truth now? Am I gonna release a leveling Bone Shatter pop? No, I'm kind of tired of like I appreciate that people want my perspective on stuff, but anything that requires me to like put something together, I'm just like, I don't know if I feel like it or I get around to it, but I don't like doing that kind of stuff. I'm not the people's champion. Sorry. I just want to play the game. I don't want to like care about what I think you guys want or something like that. I just want to play the game. A meal prep video? I typically don't eat on the first day of a league. Eating makes you tired. Like, I'll probably eat like shortly before I stream, and then I won't eat again for like a 36-ish hour period. Yeah, I want to see all the enchants. The enchants make a huge difference. A lot of people don't realize this. Like, the Doomfletch enchant on like Earth Shatter is like 30% more damage, for example. Enchants before release? Probably like literally like 2 hours when you can download the client and data mine the patch. That's when you'll see the enchants. It'll take a while. Dual Strike only gets one enchant because Paradoxica. Which means like Dual Strike should be a little bit weaker than other builds. How much they ramp up more. Builds that use a rare weapon should just be better anyway. So should be like slams, there's probably some giga, like there's probably an enchant that's like +1 exert attacks, or maybe even +2 exert attacks, like an enchant like that. There's probably one that powerful. Like +1 would even be too weak. It's probably closer to +2 because, like I said, things like returning proj is like double damage on those builds practically. Doomfletch enchants like 30%-ish damage on most builds, right? Point blank is pretty big. There's probably stuff like that that is like really build defining. Returning proj, I'm assuming, is a two-handed enchant. I doubt it's a one-hander, but if it is a one-hander, that's pretty nuts. 100% enchants. Impel a chance to be broken if it was an enchant? Yeah, that would be really good. Big Nose. The Propagator's pretty good on jug slams, but it's like not even that much better than like just using an axe, and it's much easier just to find an axe. Get an axe. I don't even know if it's worth it to make. Big nose. I've never played Volcanic Fissure, so I have no... Like, I know it's pretty decent. I don't know if it's like good territory, but... Earthshatter looks master race for raw DPS for slams. It blatantly looks much better than any other slam for raw DPS numbers. Most people won't like that playstyle, though. I don't even recommend you play Earthshatter unless you know what you're getting into. I would say play Ground Slam first before you consider playing Earthshatter. You better watch out, Ayao. He will bite you. That is simply just because he doesn't like you. Broken the Rugo. Thanks, dude, for the resub. 9 months. It's not about difficult. It's just the playstyle. People don't like. Won't like.
Sunflower.
We're doing drugs.
Have
No, I'm
Prime
not doing
might as
drugs.
well
I'm just
get
drinking
used
coffee.
by tongue.
I don't know anything about Detonate Dead. I'm not the person to ask. Just go the Retail Glad build. I think it's safe to play Retail Glad, but you have to have a plan to get to maps. Right? Like, it's not a build you just start playing at level 12, really, because you don't have any block, really. No block percentage. You can't really play it consistently until you're probably around maps with, like, block cap, double block cap, or close to. Like 50% spell block, territory, I would say. I think Molten Strike of Zenith is top tier skill. I think it scales more than any other build in the game. I think that's absolutely true, pretty much. Like, there's no melee skill that scales more than Molten Strike of Zenith on paper. But it's a thing that, like, takes a lot of gear, and then you gotta know what you're doing. You gotta know what you're getting into, essentially. I'll probably play the skill at some point. It'll be... I'm not going to play it until I'm immediately ready for strength stacking with it, though. Yeah, it'll be like second or third character for Molten Strike, probably. On the floor, behold, it's a motherfucking stupid-ass, motherfucking dumb-ass growly boy. Obscurantus? What is Obscurantus? Isn't that a helmet? Double dipping ward banner with Obscurantus. Oh, you mean like drop the banner to like get accuracy to buff your damage? I don't know, that sounds kind of shit, honestly. Hermes, he's dumb and fat. Hermes dumb. Hermes fat. We all know. That's where it's at. Like, Hermes is a corgi. He's really fat. He's like massive in size. He's so big that if he were to like hit the planet at like, say 80, 90 miles an hour, like that's not even that fast. If Hermes crashed into the planet at like 80 or 90 miles an hour, he would probably split the planet in half. That's how big he is. He's that fat. When Steve was streaming, I looked in the chat and it was just a giant fucking wall of Corgo stance. Look how fat he is. Like, he's fucking massive. And he's stupid and fat and dumb. You understand, Walk? He's fat. Dumb fat. Hermes dumb. Hermes fat. Everybody knows that's where it's at. Non-bleed earthquake? I mean, I don't recommend it. There is some stuff in that direction, but you shouldn't play it. It's all dumb. Dumb build territory. Yeah, Vengeful Cry might make Chieftain a much better ascendancy, potentially. That shit's kind of cooked, what it actually does, but the conditionals suck. The conditionals are dog shit. D4 bad. D4 dog shit. Oh, D4 worst game. It was made by devs who have never played an ARPG in their life. D4 bad. D4 dog shit. What build is the most bait, I think? I don't know. I don't know what people are telling you to play. I think most things are pretty safe, though, honestly. I think most melee builds are pretty safe. I wouldn't league start Zenith. Fuck that. Fuck that. I mean, I certainly hope my Echoes of Creation isn't fucking chunking me for, like, you know, 20% of my life or whatever the fuck. Yeah, you would need some Giga Sustain from something if you're getting chunked that much all the time. And Ground Slam is fine universally. I think it's probably the most basic, simple melee. Get yours today. Yeah, Slayer is safe to play. Jug is Omega retarded tanky. I don't know about Warden. I didn't pop like any Warden stuff. I gave up like even considering clicking it because I like the slam stuff too much. Over like, how are you gonna throw a bunch of new slam stuff into the game and not like play slams? That's it. That's all. That's why I didn't even bother to like past it. I was just like, yo, I just want to play. Like, I want to play some slams, dude. Let's go. If I were to consider looking at Warden stuff, it's probably like Molten Strike territory, but you might as well just play it on a Jug anyway. Like, Double Scorch is OP, for sure. Double Scorch is disgusting. How much DPS loss is auto exertion? It's a DPS gain. That's the point of it. DPS loss is auto exertion. It makes your character stronger. Why wouldn't you use it unless it makes your character better? I don't get it. That question. It's weird. I don't like Tectonic Slam. It's probably okay to play if you want to play it, though. How many war cries on Earthshatter? Is it 7? It's a lot. It might genuinely be 7. 5 max? Well, you want to overexert. Yeah, you're going to overexert 5, but you probably want General's Cry and Enduring Cry, so 7. Unless you're playing Juggernaut, then you can minus the Enduring Cry probably, but... yeah. Bone Shatter's still in the game. It's fine if you want to play it. Yeah, you auto cry like 2 or 3. You can potentially get it to like 4 or 5 if you have like the gear for it. Yeah, Betrayal Expedition always at the start for me. I like them too much. How much of a real fight impact is the double exert? A lot. It's massive. It's a big, big difference. I don't know, like, mathematically, it's, like, relative to your cooldown reduction and your attack speed, so it's not a linear equation, but in general, it's really good, yeah. I would say it's probably, in most cases, it's going to be at least 50% more damage to have double exert. I have no idea what Ziz put in that video, so I don't watch my own stuff. I think, like, I see myself and I hear myself, and I'm like, first off, you sound stupid. Secondly, you are retarded. Fuck you. And thirdly, you look dumb as shit. Fuck you, bitch. Then I punch my monitor. Then there's a random core ghost dance in the chat. Art of Gladiator node? I don't know what that is. I was really tired when we recorded that, so. I'm almost full cycled. Hopefully my schedule stays roughly the same, but I'm typically awake about 16 hours and I sleep about 10 on average. So I'm typically on about a 26-hour cycle. So probably tomorrow I'll wake up 2 hours later than what I woke up today. And then the next day I'll probably wake up, you know, on League launch 2 hours after that. So I should be. I'm pretty close, unless something bricks, which that does happen, but it's pretty rare. Yeah, streamer client. I don't even consider Forbidden Diarrhea jewels, but yeah, there's some good ones there for sure to use. Who was the fucking snitch that told Quinn I was a sniper? I got banned in his chat. Oh, that was me. You want to be banned in this chat too, Cicerone? How long do you want to be banned for, Cicerone? You're doing God's work, man. Alright, I'll give you ban immunity. Unless you do something really stupid for like a week, Cicerone. You're ban immune in this channel. Unless you're fucking asking for it and you fucking post some stupid shit or donate some garbage, then I will insta-ban you with no hesitation. Wait, basically that doesn't even mean you're ban immune. It's the same. Everything's the same, honestly. Just don't get banned. That's all I can say. Everything's the same. Yeah, so you aren't ban immune. That doesn't change anything. True. How does Seismic Cry increase slam damage? It indirectly can increase slam damage by other things, but yeah, in general, it gives AoE. Rog, good for crafting weapons? Yeah, he can give weapons. I'm not going to say he's particularly good. Can he give you a really good weapon? Yeah, he can. I wouldn't count on it, but it's one way. Like, Essence spamming into a weapon can give you a good weapon. It's not the most likely, but it can. Veiled Orbing, Alt Spam, Regal, Chaos Orbing, Harvest, Physical, or some Harvest Crafting, all of that can give you good weapons. It's just not guaranteed. Just more you throw in, the more likely you'll win. I wouldn't recommend Earth Shatter to anybody. I'd say play Ground Slam if you want to play a slam, and you've like if you're playing Earth Shatter, you need to know what you're getting into. Defy Pain, proc Savage Hit? Yes, it should. I don't even know what my exclamation point build links me to. Like, what? I don't even know. I don't make my commands. What is this? It's a D4 builds. What is this for even? Double? It's just Rob's D4 build. There you go. It's a build. Build 2? What is build 2? I don't know what that is. What is this? It's Moldran. I don't fucking know, dude. What are these commands? Gear and DPS. DPS is a 404. What is gear? It's just a MS Paint gear thing. Is Tectonic Slam big this league? It's okay, mid tier, I would say. Update the pods for my YouTube video? I might not, I don't know. I don't care about, like, I'm sorry, I just don't care about, like, helping people directly. Like, I'm not here to serve you. If I feel like it and I get around to it and I got something, like it's all neat. Like, I know in general just what I'm doing in my head. I'm not here to hold your hand and show you every little thing and every step by step. I just want to play the game. There's a lot of information in those pobs there that I give, that are on that YouTube video. There's a lot of good information there to digest and use if you want to. It's pretty good. It will help if you're playing any of that stuff. But I'm not gonna sit there and like make every little detail. If I get around to something that I'll put in YouTube format, then I will. But or POB format, then I will. What do I think about Bladestorm? Not much. I don't like the skill very much. It's mid. It's probably lower than mid tier, I would say. 40 percentile tier. If Verse Shatter I'm putting in 90 percentile, and like Dual Strike I'm putting in around 90 percentile, maybe even higher. Like things like Lacerate of Hemorrhaging are like 50 percentile. Ground Slam's like 60 percentile, 70 percentile. I would put like Bladestorm like 40. Volcanic Fissure, I don't know the skill enough. It's probably like around Lacerate level, maybe a little higher though. Cyclone Bleed. Cyclone is 10%, is like 0 percentile. It's the absolute like worst skill in the game. Like truly, it's really bad. Don't play that skill. Bone Shatter, it's pretty good. It's like 70, I would say. Like Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma is pretty good still to play. Even base Bone Shatter is like decent. Like it's really easy to make a Bone Shatter build, do like 5 million DPS. Like 12 hours into a league, 16 hours into a league. You just skip suppression, just stack damage. Think about this. Asking the same question like 6 times in a row, and then I don't answer you like any of the times. Maybe I don't care, man. You know what I mean? That question isn't worth like thinking about or digesting. It's not a variable to like even process. Like, who cares? Stop caring about it. Don't think about it. The best two-hand base between 15 to 20-ish. Usually double X 23 base. One of the level 12 or 13 bases, like Wood Splitter or Mallet, is fine. And then you go to double X and you just stick on double X for a long time, basically. What would I play as Gladiator? I would play one of the retail skills. The axe with 40% quality doesn't exist in the game anymore, though. They got rid of it. Eviscerate plus Impel might be decent. Why Impel, though? There's no synergy or scaling there. That is good for it. I don't... From what? Eviscerate plus Bleed makes more sense than Eviscerate with Impel. I don't know about the Helm Eater. I'm assuming it's just moved to the chest, but they don't actually say that, so I don't honestly know. Is it worth it to take Jagged Ascendancy for Eviscerate since it's only 2 hits? No, I don't think so. If you have any filler skill, I think it's fine to just use the filler skill afterwards. Auto Exertion is good for slams. Crushing Fist looks mid. It doesn't have a build angle, a scaling angle that's like really good for it. So it's mid. It can't be exerted and it can't bleed, basically. There's no reason to play bleed on it. And there's no reason to play exerted attacks on it. So it doesn't have like an avenue to scale, really. That's like genuinely good. If you are pressing a war cry, your character stops attacking. He has an animation, which means you're not doing DPS. So auto exert is always a DPS gain. Assuming it costs nothing, but there's an opportunity cost. So you have to like figure that out for yourself. Glacial Hammer, I wouldn't play it. I don't know how good it measures up right now. I think it's probably like 40 percentile territory if I were to pull a number out of my ass. I don't think it's good. It might be okay though. Auto Exert doesn't have an animation. Like, what do you mean by an animation? Like a cast time? No, it's instant. Or do you mean like a graphical animation? I don't know what that means. Yes, it will have a graphical animation when it casts. I don't know what you're asking. Well, I don't know what you're trying to ask. It's confusing. I would manually cast Ancestral Cry on, would I? I would probably just manually cast Ancestral Cry, or just don't run Ancestral Cry at all in Dual Strike. Dual Strike with +2 strike is plenty for mapping. You don't even need the extra, like, exerted ghost hits or whatever. Extra strike hits or whatever. Most slimes are good for mapping, in general. You're going to hit the screen on most slimes, and it'll kill the entire screen. That's most slime builds. I think that's actually kind of true. If you just General's Cry your Earth Shatter, it'll probably just, like, map clear super, super good. Just based off that. If you just General's Cry it, because it'll go off all the time. You'll hit the ground, and all your spikes will explode and kill out the screen. You also have to keep in mind, there won't be any bones. There won't be any zones. Does Echoes of Creation work for bleed? I'd have to read the text, but yeah, if it's just absolute damage, it would. Elemental slams are fine. I don't know. I wouldn't bother messing with that shit. If you get Warcry Speed Will and use increased duration, you have 95% uptime on the buffs with Urgent Order Speed. That's awesome. Cool. Fantastic. Yeah, Jug is Giga Tank. The problem is with a lot of builds, you're gonna have so low armor. A lot of people are just gonna die because they neglect their armor too much, probably. Like, I don't want, like, what the game feels like, I don't care how many fucking endurance charges you have. If you have like 7 endurance charges and only 10,000 armor, there's a lot of stuff that still chunks you pretty hard, like trash mobs that chunk you. Whereas if you had like 25,000 armor in that case, you would genuinely take half the damage. How do I play Connor's Zenith build into a bait and not into a bait? I would wait until you have currency and play a different build first and then play it later. I wouldn't play Molten Strike of Zenith until I have Alberons, personally. I would play a different build. When you have access to Replica Alberons and some amount of strength stacking, then I think Zenith is really good. Especially if Return Proj is a weapon enchant that's accessible pre-Nemus. Then I would wait on that too. Better to go Sunder till maps? Yes, Sunder till maps is typically the way to go. On the floor, better watch out for the fucking Growlithe. When he gets down on all fours, Growlithe will shake his ass in a circular motion, hissing and screaming Growlithe. He's taking his clothes off in the middle of your living room floor. You better watch out, your room is overran by Growlithe. You understand? I don't know if I'm playing SSF or trade. I might play trade. I kind of like trading. POB doesn't show a cast time on Infernal Cry? I don't fucking know. Slayer Lightning Strike? I wouldn't league start it, but you can if you really want to, but like running around with no pierce and like no like projectile synergy type stuff for a long ass time sounds kind of bad, but you can play it if you want to from gate out. Whatever level the gym is, 12. I don't fucking know. How much better is it to level with Sunder compared to Earthshatter? A lot better. Earthshatter will blow up bosses like instantly, but Sunder is it blows up everything. So. Crushing Fist a noob bait? I wouldn't say it's a noob bait. I think it's okay to play. I think it's probably pretty fun if you want to play that type of gameplay. Big Dorks, thanks dude for the sub. Would I use Determination over Pride? No, probably not. Just get better armor on your gear. Yeah, I would play Softcore Zerker if I was playing Earthshader. I might play it on hardcore anyway, so. Is it worth using the auto exert gem? Yep. Any way to make the fizzy? Any way to make the fizz as extra elemental damage mace enchant work? Yeah, you take out brutality and then you put a different gem instead of brutality, and then it works. I don't know what you want, man. It's pretty good gem, or a pretty good enchant. You just need to change a gem. I mean, if you want to play Onigoroshi, you can. Go for it. Have fun. Warcry automation? If you want to Warcry automate and you have extra mana to reserve for Warcry and your mana's solved, then yeah. Automate away. Use streamer clout to get GGG to release the rune chance early? No, you probably can't do that. How's playing with Petrified Blood? It's pretty good if you have a decent like amount of self-sustain. I like Petrified Blood. I think it's pretty good. You need a base max hit that's already pretty decent though. You don't want to play a squishy build like a Zerker and then throw Petrified Blood on it and be even squishier max hit. That sucks. Would I ever collect the Blood Magic Keystone? Yes. Is there an idea rotation of Warcries? No. Rotation is a bad concept. You press the button when appropriate to give you the most gain based on the situation. The situations aren't linear, so it's not always going to be the exact same one thing over and over again. An example would be like Awakener having a bunch of intermission and invulnerability phases, and then something like, I don't know, a random map boss that never becomes immune. It's different what your button pressing is in different orders. You don't always do the exact same thing on every single monster. Also based on how much DPS you do, anyway. How many buttons on Berserker Slime? It's probably a lot, honestly. I think most melee builds are going to be a lot of buttons still. Why do so many builds want to use Blood Magic? Because Blood Magic not only gives you 10% multiplicative life, it also solves the mana of all your other abilities, like your micro abilities, like your Warcries or whatever, and it also solves, like, you don't have to do anything with mana regen at all. Saves you gem links too, potentially. Saves you points on the passive tree. And you're probably, in a lot of builds, only using one aura if you don't care about Determ or Grace anymore, which most builds don't. New bandits, movement speed. Until you genuinely, truly need character power, then don't get movement speed, get some 40 life or whatever. What melee build is easy, cheap for solo self-found beginner? There's no currency exchanging in solo self-found, so the cheap part doesn't make sense, but you probably just play like Ground Slam or something, I guess. Probably. Ground Slam of Earthshaking, whatever the fuck it's called. Or you play like Bone Shatter into Dual Strike, something along those lines. Or you play Retail Gladiator. Those are all legit choices. You could be a bunger. Nah, don't play Shockwave. That shit sucks. Yeah, Blood Magic solves a lot of problems on a lot of builds. It's not the most ideal way to do things. On the Dual Strike build that I made, it's probably the most ideal way to do things. Probably. Because that build wants to run Petrified Blood anyway. So it, like, works. The best case scenario for Blood Magic is if you want to run Petrified Blood also. That way you get more mileage out of your Bloodthirst. What do I think of the new cost reduction nodes on the tree? I think it's okay to take like the 3-pointer. If it solves your mana cleanly. I've been doing it every league for a while now to double dip on Rage Gen. What would you use instead? I have no idea what you're even asking. Hyperversity, thanks dude for the resub.
Sunflower.
When should you enable Petrified Blood on Dual Strike? You need gear for that build, so I wouldn't play it with unless you have like mostly a close to full setup already. Order of Ascendancy for Berserker? Maybe attack speed first or exert first. Both are totally justifiable. Attack speed, rage one, or exert, vice versa, and then you get the last rage node third, and then Uber is like Aspect of Carnage. Prediction for how many Ubers Quinn will kill this league? Probably all 7. I think the power creep is too much. It's really easy to make an immortal build with endurance charge change also. I think he'll probably kill all of them unless he just gets burnt out or like his, you know, he fucking rages out for some reason. Can tinctures be used on Slayer? I think you can use 1 tincture on any build. I don't know like the mana nonsense of that. It might be like really weird. I don't know. Tinctures are hard to like really problem solve because of the mana sustain and the mana drain, and just like it's another active button that you have to press. I don't know how it's gonna work out, but they look good on paper. They look good on paper. I don't know if you can even can you even activate a tincture with a blood magic build? Can you even turn it on? I don't even know if you can turn it on at all. I'm assuming you can't even use a tincture with blood magic at all. I don't know though, without the node on the tree. If you have the node on the tree, I think you can. Yeah, I think you have to take the node, the keystone on the tree. And Zwan Gundi, thanks dude for the 26-month resub. I'll probably log off here in a second. Anything else you guys want to harass me about? Get it out of your system right now. I'm giving you the opportunity. Earth Shatter? No, just use base Earth Shatter. It's the best. What skill? One-handed shield plus Jug? I wouldn't play one-handed shield on Jug. I play Gladiator if I play one-handed shield. Auk knows? A noseling. Zerker or Jug Ground Slam? Probably Zerker on softcore. You'll have fun playing softcore Zerker, I think. I think most people will have a lot of fun playing softcore Zerker. Overexert's pretty nuts also. Is Jug Slime a good alternative for Bone Zone? Yeah, you can do that. You're going to do a big respec later, but it's fine to do that. Yeah, you can use multiple automated cries. Dual Strike Lightning... Does Slayer Lightning Strike use claws? Go right side? I don't fucking know. I haven't popped that shit. Probably not, though. Sunder good all the way to play till Dual Strike? Probably... You probably could do it, but there's better options. I think Sunder's going to feel kind of bad into maps pretty fast. What is Sunder's damage effectiveness at level 20? Just base Sunder. What is the damage effectiveness of the gem at level 20? If it's like 400 something, it's pretty like Omega dog shit tier. 629. That's actually not that bad. It might be playable. It might be 503 at 20. All right, that's like questionably. I probably wouldn't do it. I'd skip.
Sunflower.
What shampoo? I don't know what's in my thing right now. The shampoo doesn't matter that much. The shampoo is like the least important part of washing your hair. It, like, genuinely, it's like the worst, the least important. Do 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 do. Anybody who eats mayonnaise deserves to be, you know, destroyed from the world. Fuck mayonnaise. Like, I would rather someone poop inside my mouth than before I eat mayonnaise. Your name is Fat Panda and you're asking me what's wrong about eating mayonnaise. Think about that. You're literally eating mayonnaise right now. You know where mayonnaise comes from, right? It's called man-aise for a reason. There's the word man in it. There's a reason why it's called mayonnaise. You know where it comes from, right? Nope, it's not eggs. You've been lied to by the government. It's not eggs and oil. So Saren knows. There's only... mayonnaise comes from one place. A man. Bum 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 bum. Quinn is... Ty's coaching Quinn. Get me in on that right now. Can I join the call? Ask them if I can join the call. Aka Mother Lover, thanks dude for the reason. I got some shit to do. I want to do a full run, but you guys kept harassing me with questions nonstop every, like, less than 1 second, so... I was kind of distracted. I'm not the best at multitasking and, like, giving people my attention. It's one or the other, really. One or the other. Is he actually, like, leveling an axe?
Why are they acting so aggressive so any today?
He's not even, like, leveling. He's looking at the passive tree. And he has all the abyss notes clicked for some reason.
Legit. Elk wants to join the call? What do you mean Elk wants to join the call, bro? No. Elk is... Ty Killer is coaching me, bro.
Yeah, get me in there.
Elk joining the call sounds awful.
Yeah, get us all in there. 3-way. Get us in there 3-way.
That sounds awful.
No, that sounds good. 3-way.
Sunflower.
They're just gonna sit there.
Story again.
3-way.
Like, I'll be trying to make a point, right? I'll be deliberately doing something incorrect.
And then he's gonna say blue boar.
Right? So then that way Ty Killer can, you know, quote unquote, coach me on that thing that I'm doing wrong, right? And then he'll
Ty Killer's never even got to maps on a Juggernaut, or on a Marauder. How can Ty Killer coach you if he's never done a, like, he's never got to maps on a Marauder?
Obviously, I don't actually need any of this coaching. This is purely for chat's benefit. Purely.
Yep. Alright, whatever. I gotta do something else then. Everyone is against me, stream snipers? True. Quinn likes mayonnaise? I feel like Quinn would say no. I think Quinn is actually, like, Quinn actually isn't that bad with his food consumption. I don't think he knows how to cook at all. But I think he does the lesser of evils, typically. With his little ketosis or whatever the fuck he does. His microwaved eggs. And his fucking microwave coffee. Drinking his bird shit water. Drinking bird shit water is still better than, like, drinking a Coke from McDonald's. Drinking bird shit water is probably still better for you than drinking a Coke from McDonald's. What's a good ultimatum starter? What am I reading? Don't do ultimatum. Is bird shit water better than mayonnaise? Yeah. The 6th link for ground slam? I don't know. I didn't pop any ground slam builds. Hold on. There's a bunch of choices and they all end up being around like 35. The last couple, 35-ish% more damage. 40, 34, 35, 40. Lacerate Glad, like mid tier, I think. Dan, start Berserker. Honestly, Berserker build day 1. Dying red maps with us. A good max hit for attempting Pinnacle Ubers. Your max hit isn't linear. You need to configure it per skill. Like typically you look at Uber Shaper Slam, Uber Shaper Balls, and then you look at you ask the question on Eater, can you tank his beam? Look at that hit. You need to be like 7 max hit, typically no buttons pressed. 6, 7, and then do you have evasion block? Can you tank an auto attack, or are you good enough to dodge the Eater auto attack? You got a Shaper like or Awakener, can you tank Meteor? Or do you kill him fast enough and you run out and that's not an issue for you? Can you tank Meteor with guard skill up? Maven, can you tank Fireball? What else is there? Exar County Boss, can you tank? That kind of stuff. Those are the questions you actually ask. It's not just a linear, what's my max hit? You ask a question per ability on boss. That's how you properly should problem solve things. Do I shave my balls or trim? Typically just trim, because when you shave your balls, when they start growing back, they become like porcupine needles, and they start like pricking everywhere, you know what I mean? If you've ever shaved your balls, and they're like porcupine needles, and they just start like piercing all different parts of your ball sack, and it sucks. It's manageable though, but that porcupine part kind of sucks. Do. Yeah, your ball sack becomes bristleback, but he's attacking you. It's nuts. Yeah, sometimes I use duct tape and I wrap it around my ball sack, then I rip it off to, you know, rip those ball hairs out. You know what I mean? It's the Saren. W. Well, yeah, it's gonna hurt. You gotta rip the ball sack. You gotta rip the ball sack hair out, like at its core. You know what I mean? Do. On the edge of death, my heart races. I am alive, and then you rip. That's when you rip the wax off, or the tape, or whatever you use. I don't think Zerker is particularly good this league. It just has like crazy DPS numbers on day 1 and day 2. It's not actually that good. It's kind of bad even. It just has crazy DPS numbers. Like Juggernaut is infinitely better than Berserker, don't get it wrong. But like Berserker day 1 and day 2's DPS is genuinely going to be like 10 million plus free on any decent build. But yeah, Juggernaut's way better than Berserker, but Berserker has like a lot of good damage if you play a slam build. Specifically only a slam build, nothing else. Am I baiting myself if I'm going sweep? Yeah, it's shit. Corgos. Baby. Corgos is a baby dog. He will now bite you. Yeah, I'm not playing Glad.
Corgos will bite you.
Double armor's fine. Like on a slam build, you don't really need. You can just click RT and then use the double armor node. It's a lot of armor. Like it's a big difference running around with like 10k armor versus like 20k armor. It's a big difference. It's much better. I think Chieftain's okay. I think the problem that I personally have with Chieftain, and this is me, so I don't know what it's like for other people. It's like you're probably manually casting like 5 to 6 war cries. Like I don't know who wants to do that. You know what I mean? Like manually casting 5 to 6 casted war cries is like retarded. Like fuck that. I don't even want to do that. I don't even want to do that. Yeah, it's fine. The urgent orders makes the cast time a lot faster. I just personally don't want to do it. You get the buff with Apple? Probably. The noise is some fucking dumbass mowing their lawn. It's just gonna grow back. If you're playing a slam build, you're manually casting cries, period. You're not gonna auto-exert everything. If auto-exertion didn't have a reservation, it'd be absolutely fucking broken. Yeah, I think that's pretty standard. Manual 4, auto 2. Alright, I've had enough brain rot for now that I can handle. Let's raid someone. I'll probably stream tomorrow for a bit too. Maybe I'll just sit here and read chat, or maybe I'll try to like actually play the game for 5 seconds. Let's find someone to raid. I got stuff to do. I got infinite stuff to do. I don't have enough time. Let's find someone to raid. World of Warcraft. DS Lily, I guess. That seems fine. I don't know what she's doing. Not melee, probably, but sure. Yeah, whatever. I'll be back later. Tomorrow. I got a bunch of stuff to do that I probably won't even finish. But GG. If I get time to like make any YouTube stuff or some nonsense, then I'll do it. But don't count on it. Is that you in real life, Tropster?